All right, well, thank you everyone for joining us this morning. Chairman Houston is joining us remotely today. Chairman Houston, can you hear us? All right, well, as we do twice a year, this is the reliability forum. We do one in the summer and then one in the winter. And we're joined up on the up here by Rich Brunt from the Energy Division, Chris Lewis from the Energy Division, and Dale Thomas from the Resource Planning and Division. I'm Commissioner David Valletta and Commissioner Ziegner to my left. Chairman Houston is joining us remote. We also have Anthony Swinger from the OUCC. As we do, this is a pretty informal conversation we have with our presenters. And once the commission gets a chance to ask questions, we'll turn it over to the OUCC and give them a chance to follow up with any questions. And with that, Chairman Houston, do you have anything you want to add?
No, David, thank you.
All right, well, we're going to start with PJM. Jill Gates, can you hear us?
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Chair. Today we're going to start with our winter reliability report, and I'm pleased to introduce you to our Senior Director of Operations, Chris Pylon. Chris?
Good morning, Commissioners. Just confirming you all can hear my audio okay?
Chris, it's not very loud. Can you
Can you
turn
hear me
something
okay?
up?
We hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just wanted to do a quick check there. Thank you, Commissioners, for having us here again this morning. We'll do a quick run through of a set of slides here that I have on our winter outlook, and then I'll turn it back over to Jill to run through a few comments that she has as well. So as mentioned, I'm Chris Pylon, Senior Director for Operations Planning at PJM. Again, happy to be here this morning. Starting with an outlook, so what we're seeing from a weather perspective, really across the United States, but from a PJM specific perspective in Indiana, more locally, as I'm sure you're all aware. From a temperature perspective, it's looking to be in the Indiana region and the western areas of PJM, pretty much a typical winter, although based off of the last couple of days, that might be in question right now, with some of the weather that we've seen and some of the colder temperatures and stuff. But from an overall perspective, expected to be a generally normal winter from a temperature perspective. And then on the right-hand side there, above average from a precipitation perspective. As I think everybody's aware, averages are one thing, but it's really the day-to-day operations and the peak conditions that we're obviously all a lot more focused on. So moving forward ahead here in the slides, just to give everybody some ideas of some of the things that we do to help prepare for the winter, to make sure that we're ready, to make sure that our members are ready, our generation and transmission owners are ready. We do a number of different activities. So some of them are listed here. We have more than just this, but a couple of key ones I wanted to point out here, the top left program that we started after Winter Storm Elliott, which is a generator site visit. So we partner with Reliability First. We coordinate with CERC as well. And these are visits where we actually go out to individual generating plants. We can't hit every plant on our system. We just don't have enough resources to be able to do that. But we are working towards visiting 30 different generating sites this year. So those would be sites, not just individual plants. The site may have several generators at them. We target larger units, units that may be newer, units that may have had previous issues or potentially concerns in the winter, to go and review what have they done to prepare. I'll stress these are not audit. These are voluntary site visits where we ask permission and we pretty much always get it. And thankfully, we're actually very well received during these visits, and again, partnered with Reliability First and some instances from CERC entities or observers as well. It's a great chance for the generators to kind of show the work that they've done to prepare, and also from the PJM and the reliability perspective to remind them of their importance in their role at that individual site and how that plays into the larger picture as we prepare to winter. So that's been a great program for us. A couple other things we do to make sure that we have a good understanding of the status of our generating fleet is data requests. So we'll review cold weather checklists, make sure that every generator has performed them. So I said the site visits, we can't get to every generating site, but we can do data requests to every single generating site, every generator, and they are required to respond and confirm that they have completed their winterization, completed their checklist. And the checklist is a PJM developed a checklist in coordination with NERC lessons learned. We continuously update that checklist based off of industry lessons learned, share those with the generation owners, encourage them to make sure that they're checking off every one of those boxes as applicable and appropriate, reporting that back to us. Also reporting to us their cold weather operating limitations. Every physical plant has a limitation. How cold can they operate? How cold can it be when they start? Report that back to us. So we have all that information. We also gather information about their fuel inventory, their emissions. We do that seasonally, and we do that periodically, which could be on a monthly, weekly, daily basis, whatever that need may be as conditions may dictate or indicate. Happy to report that with those data requests thus far moving into the winter, we appear to be in very, very good shape. No inventory concerns, no emission concerns, cold weather checklist, all completed. Everything's done, ready to go. A couple other things we do, and I'll move through these maybe a little bit more briefly here, is we have new requirements under NERC standards, TOP and EOP standard, that actually now give us a little bit more ability to collect additional information from our gas generating resources, and in particularly, they're required to indicate if they have any concerns with fuel procurement, especially as we approach any type of cold weather type event. So that was always in the PJM manuals, but having that additional backup from the NERC standards is very helpful for us. And at this point of the year, we've actually already stood up our daily gas electric team analysis, where we have teams of engineers who every single day of the week review the pipeline conditions, they review weather conditions, they review fuel procurement, they review the gas unit availability, OFOs that are issued. They also have conference calls with each of the pipelines and specific outreach to generators as needed as well, again, based on the system conditions that we see. So we'll continue that analysis through the winter until we start to see the spring weather come about. The remaining items on the list are generally geared toward preparations, making sure there's awareness raised about emergency procedure preparedness, coordination for the winter amongst our internal entities, with neighbors, and with the NERC community as well. I'll start moving now into a quick breakdown of our generation projections, capacity projections for this winter, as well as our thermal power flow analysis results. So when we look at the generating fleet and the capacity available to PJM, there's many different ways of calculating that number of the capacity. And what we like to look at from an operations perspective is the value we call the operational capacity. And essentially what this is the ICAP of all generation with an adjustment for solar and wind to better reflect what we expect to be available at the peak hours of the winter. So you'll see the solar value relatively small, under 900 megawatts, the wind value a bit higher. And that really more accurately reflects what we expect to have available to us if you're down in the control room on that cold winter morning or winter evening where it's generally still dark. And you will have some wind that's flowing. That's where those values are sort of adjusted to more accurately reflect that based off of an ELCC calculation, which some folks may be familiar with, and puts it at just over 180 gigawatts for this winter. Now that's up slightly from the previous winter. The additions have really all been solar, so not a huge increase there, but a couple of 100 megawatts above where we were last winter. I'll move here to our capacity waterfall chart here. So starting on the left-hand side, we have our operational capacities. I mentioned just over 180 gigawatt. We do have that light blue bar, which represents megawatts that have a commitment through the PJM capacity market for this winter. So that's just about 178 gigawatt. As we move over through the chart here from left to right, the left side, leftmost is the capacity. The rightmost are the different load values that we would need to potentially meet. And the other charts in between there, I know for some people, it can sometimes be a little bit confusing, but sort of think of them as like levers. Levers that are going to sort of impact where we ultimately end up as far as the amount of capacity we have on an operation day. And the first lever there is generation outages. So we typically see about 16 gigawatt of generation outages between what's forced out and any maintenance activities that may be occurring on some of those days. Typically, the maintenance is very, very small. Majority in the winter is going to be forced outages. And on the preceding slides, the site visits, the checklist, the data requests, are all geared towards keeping that lever or that bucket as small as we possibly can. So generation performance is really key for us as we move into the winter. Gas electric coordination, winterization, the two top items for us. I'm trying to keep that number as small as we can. 16 gigawatt is about the average of what we see, and that's what that value is derived from. Our next lever here is the net interchange. So what we look at is our typical interchange on a winter day. We're usually exporting. There's usually surplus capacity within the PJM system. From an economic perspective, can be scheduled outside of the grid, and that's about 5 gigawatt, and that is fully recallable if need be, if we get into emergency conditions. So another kind of a lever that we have there to be able to work with, and if need be, take that value down to zero. About 2,500 megawatts of that interchange that would be firm, so we'd have to be further into our emergency procedures before we could curtail that. We also like to take a look at mention the wind and the solar and understand whether they will or will not be there during those peak hours. And we also kind of like to take a look at this and see what happens if we have less wind than we expect or we don't have any solar. So when we look at that value, that's a risk factor of about 3 gigawatts there. So when we take into account our initial starting capacity, subtract out the generation outages, subtract out the interchange, subtract out that low wind solar scenario, we end up with that dotted line, and we're still well above the green bars there. The non-diversified 50-50 peak, which would be about 145 gigawatts, and our extreme 90-10 winter scenario of 150 gigawatts. And what we have in that shaded area is our winter emergency, pre-emergency and emergency load management of about 7.7 gigawatts. So there's a chance that we may need to use a little bit of that, but probably pretty unlikely as we move into this winter. We'd have to see one of those first, really the first bucket be significantly larger. So if we saw significant generator underperformance this winter, that could result in the need to curtail interchange, could result in the need to implement load management. But based off of historic generator performance in the winter, we should not have any need for demand response this winter. So looking strong moving into the winter from a capacity perspective. Just a quick brief overview here as we look at what we perform from our power flow analysis, what we call it. We're looking to not just evaluate the capacity as we've done on the previous charts there, but to also look at the transmission system and perform evaluations there. So just an overview here of where we've had new generation since last winter, and the dots or the yellow lines indicating transmission upgrades, either reconductors, could be new facilities. The green really represents, for the most part, predominantly solar installations that have gone into place since last year. And we've touched on those already. And as we look at the transmission system, though, our analysis under the 50-50 conditions, really no significant issues identified. We obviously will see some congestion on the system depending upon the dispatch, but that can be addressed by adjusting the generation dispatch, implementing switching procedures, other operational procedures to be able to control any sort of local thermal or voltage violations. So no concerns there. We also perform a number of sensitivity studies listed along the left-hand side. I won't go through each of those in detail, but these are designed to really stress the system a bit more. I'll point out the 90-10. We do look at, obviously, that as a scenario, be a very realistic scenario under our peak load. And again, no reliability concerns identified there. The transmission system, as is projected to be right now going into the winter, looks to be in good shape, looks to be strong there. And really, before I turn it back to Jill, just to wrap up with kind of our key takeaways here is, our capacity, as I mentioned, has gone up a little bit since last winter. What actually I didn't touch on, I probably should have mentioned, is our demand continues to rise. So the capacity has gone up by a few hundred megawatts. We've seen our demand rise about 4 gigawatts year over year, and a trend I think everybody is aware of. So as that continues, and if that continues, reserve margins into the future, and they're tightening now, still in good shape for this winter, but they are tightening as we move into the future years. And again, in the near term, reliability strong, remain adequate for this winter. Not anticipating the need for demand response, which would be sort of our first capacity emergency procedure. But again, going to be heavily dependent on our generation performance as we move into the winter. So I will turn to Jill now before we stop for questions.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris. And good morning, Chair Houston. I did see that you had your hand up. Would you prefer to ask your question now, or would you?
I'll wait till you're done, but I did have one question.
Okay, very good. So Commissioner Valletta asked me to share an update on PJM's 4R report, which for the uninitiated stands for Resource Retirements, Replacements, and Risks. And it's more of a long range projection of what Chris Pylong just shared. Thank you, Chris. The 4R report is not yet available in print, but PJM presented some of the results in our large load critical issue fast path process on September 15th of this year. PJM has been noting since February of 2023 that we are anticipating tightening supply and demand conditions. In 2025, PJM saw its highest summer peak in the last decade. PJM also saw more emergency operating events in 2025 than in the last 10 years combined. PJM has also noted publicly that we expect to see reserve shortages as early as summer of 2026 and into the year 2027. Reserve shortages result in emergency operating procedures, as Chris alluded to, but do not necessarily result in widespread load shed. If there is, however, a local equipment failure within a very small region of PJM, and that often does happen with multimodal failures during winter cold snaps and the like, then we could see a local outage. But PJM is not projecting widespread load shed on the bulk electric power system during 26 or 27 at this time. Of course, there are all kinds of anomalies, statistical anomalies that can occur, or even physical attacks. And in this day and age, the one we live in, cyber attacks as well. But at this time, under perceivable conditions, we do not project a widespread PJM outage at this time during those 2 years. In addition, in October of 2025, PJM published general guidance on how an assumed megawatt shortage might result into loss of load duration, both in days and in hours we shared for customers. So for example, we said if we were to see 21 gigawatts UCAP reserve deficit, so a shortage, then we would see at least 46 hours per year of outages. These would likely be rolling outages for customers, and it could get higher up into above 200 hours. So again, we didn't make a statement about which day or which hour a scenario like that could occur, but we gave a range of scenarios so people could get comfortable with the material. And especially as we begin to put out a little bit more of a forecast, long range forecast in a written 4R report. So I guess I would also say, I would imagine as an Indiana commission, you might say, well, what does this mean for Indiana? And I would just share that we do not have Indiana specific hypothetical scenarios at this time. In general, PJM will prioritize dispatch according to system-wide reliability need. So if we had to manage electricity on the bulk electric power system, every load zone would have a contribution to make in the event of emergency procedures. And those are described again on the materials which we presented in October. And I can always have those to you if you would like them. And I'm just going to also say that this is certainly a two-way street. So for example, if Indiana had a winter cold snap and they had a local outage due to freezing equipment, of course, electrons could flow from PJM to Indiana in that circumstance. So that is really the sum of the information that is available publicly right now with regard to the long range reliability report called 4R. Any questions?
Thanks, Jill. Jim, did you have a
And I
question?
see Jim, sorry, I see Chair Houston, you have your hand up, I'm sure from a few minutes ago.
Well, thank you very much, Jill, and thank you, Chris, for your presentation. I think this question is probably more Chris oriented. The United States Department of Energy has ordered a couple of units inside the PJM footprint to remain open. Could you elaborate on how that fits in, how those couple of units operate and how they fit into the winter forecast?
Yes, great question. And we have 2 units right now that are under the DOE 202C order. There are 2 units of the Eddystone plant in Pennsylvania. We have received an updated order as of just last week. And the updated order is really just a continuation of the initial order. The 202C orders are being issued in 90-day increments. There's some stipulation in that order, or in the 202C language itself, the Federal Power Act that mentions the 90 days. So we continue to see that be renewed. We don't know when that will stop. But for this winter, they remain as available resources to us. We've included them in the operational capacity, and we can run them in the event of an emergency that we have on the system. And that bar of emergency does not mean on the verge of load shed. That means we foresee potential concerns with capacity. So we can, and if we need to, we will run them this winter. We did run them last summer in a few instances where we had some peak operational days and had some potential concerns, and some emergency procedures were issued, so they were able to run. We continue to have them available to us. They would represent a little over, I think it's 800 megawatts or so of capacity total. And we also have RMR units. So since we're kind of talking about this, I'll touch on them as well. The RMR units are in Maryland area, and they also remain available to us to operate. The difference between the two is that the Section 202C units and the order was issued more based off of capacity, potential longer-term capacity concerns, and not just from a PJM perspective, sort of nationwide, as everybody is working through the process of integrating the large loads that are on and continuing to come onto the system. Whereas the RMR units at the Brandon Shores and Wagner stations in the Maryland area and around Baltimore are more for localized reliability concerns. So that would be transmission overloads, thermal overloads, voltage concerns in those areas. However, they can also be run for capacity concerns as well. So they have the option of being run for both opportunities. The difference, though, being that the RMR is actually identified by PJM through our planning process as needing to remain for those local reliability issues. So all of those plans factor into our operational capacity. We want to make sure they were included because they are available for us to run. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you.
Chris, this is Dale Thomas with Commission staff. Whenever I look at your next slide, you have slide 4, I think, up there now. Whenever I look at slide 5, I'm to understand that the dark blue in the operating capacity is your RMR and 202C units? That extra 2.9 gig that it adds there?
Sorry, I'm kind of catching about every third word. I think I heard slide 5. I'm not sure if it's just me or if it's the audio in the room.
Oh, let me try again.
Yes, we cannot hear you on the line. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the same for me too. I think you have to speak directly into the mic for us to hear, and go slow.
Slide 5, first column, 2 tones of blue. I presume that the 2.9 gigs in dark blue are the RMR and the 202C units. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I heard the 2 tones of blue, and then it cut out until you had mentioned something about 202C. Maybe if the question is the 202C units as well as the RMR units are not not part of the 177.9. They do not have capacity obligations. but they are included in the 180.8. I think that may be what the question was. If I got that wrong, let me know.
You can't hear me, but you did. You got it right. Thanks.
All right, good, thank you.
So Jill and Chris, just to follow up, the takeaway, PJM's good this winter, but you have some longer term resource adequacy risk. Jill, you're shaking your head. Can you not hear me?
You've been cutting in and out. I can
Okay.
hear you now. Or we could also try the chat if you would prefer to ask that way, but thank you.
No, that's all right. I think we're going to wrap this up. Thank you for joining us this morning. Bob, you're up for MISO.
Thank you.
Bob, thank you for joining us in person this morning. We appreciate that.
Not a problem. Not a problem. And as our weather report has both PJM and us said, we expect a little bit more precipitation, and it's obviously happening. I guess I'm going to work on the slides right here. But before I get started, I just want to take the opportunity to thank Chair Houston. It's been a pleasure. Absolute pleasure coming in front of you and working with you over these many years. And obviously the staff that we work with every day here, great staff here at the IURC. So I'll go to this, I think I'm doing this right. Okay. It's not working. Well, I don't know. You mean that button right there that says on? We're resource adequate, we're good. That's exactly right. Got my friends from NIPSCO behind me. I feel protected, so we're good. So I thought I'd really start off today with just a little review of what happened in the summer and then move into the winter. MISO experienced an active summer driven by hot weather, high humidity, and high outages. Increased operational declarations were driven by tighter margins resulting from elevated demand and unplanned outages. Obviously, we projected adequate resources to meet the demand this fall, but identified some risks due to the active hurricane season in forecast in Atlantic. However, I think yesterday was the last day of hurricane season, so I think we've made it through that. Just a little summary of what happened in the summer. MISO recorded its summer peak of 125 gigawatts on August 23rd, driven by extreme heat that blanketed the footprint throughout the week. The summer peak is above our forecasted of 123 gigawatts. It's an unprecedented situation, whether we had weather across the footprint and it lasted for a long time. Additionally, several market participants employed 2 gigawatts of voluntary demand reduction on August 23rd. Without members employing these resources at the local level, our peak would have been even higher, closer to 127 gigawatts. Additionally, on August 23rd, North and the South markets reached new all-time peaks of 27.4 gigawatts and 35.2 gigawatts, respectively. And I just included this. You can sort of see when we entered into emergency procedures this summer due to hot weather and high demand. I'll go ahead and get prepared for the winter. The winter, North Central region temperatures are expected to be normal to slightly below normal. Above normal temperatures are expected in the South region on an average. An active storm pattern expected with an above normal precipitation across the Great Lakes, which we're experiencing already. Participation is expected to be elevated in the MISO North Central region, which can increase icing, snowfall, creating issues for a renewable forecast, which could make it difficult. MISO is well positioned to handle the unplanned events for the upcoming winter season. I'll just touch on the weather as PJM did. This is the El Nido effect looks to be weak this upcoming winter. Cold air outbreaks have greater likelihood with a weak La Nina and can be more impactful to the MISO footprint from a temperature perspective, which could affect the wind farms out in the Iowa, Minnesota, and Indiana area. Above normal winter in the south region expected, but doesn't preclude from cold shots exceeding into the south region. Precipitation is expected to be elevated in the MISO north central region, which can increase the icing and snowfall, creating on more of the renewable forecast difficulties. Winter weather can have major impacts to real-time operations. MISO's potential power loss of 24.4 gigs when the temperature is below -30. That is our wind output. I think the most important takeaway from this slide is MISO projects sufficient capacity to cover both non-coincident and non-coincident peak forecast load. That load is provided by our members. The winter MISO expects peak demand to be around 103 gigawatts, but could see as high as 109 gigawatts. Last winter, MISO reached a peak demand of 108 on January 21st during the winter storm Enzo. MISO is well positioned to handle unplanned transmission-related events for the upcoming winter. Several studies stimulated unplanned events in the MISO system, and the results were used to identify any potential adverse conditions and enable mitigations ahead of real-time operations.
Bob, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So you just heard the PJM presentation. Their conditions are getting tighter. So can you talk a little bit about interregional transfer capability that PJM and MISO have?
Yeah, we do that, and MISO, PJM, and SPP all have calls every day to make sure we are talking and communicating. There is sufficient transfer capabilities back and forth. We've utilized them in winter scenarios, and we've utilized them in summer scenarios. We still do import some from PJM each day, but those are all scheduled. When we see that they're going to be in tight conditions, our operators will communicate in far in advance to understand if those are going to be constrained or cut off, so we can better prepare for any event that would happen that day. And that both happens on all of our seams. We continue working with PJM and SPP on joint studies for more interregional planning. There is actually a project in MTEP this year that's going to be approved, but hopefully approved by our board next week, that does some interregional planning with SPP, and we will continue to work with our friends to the east in PJM to work for more additional reliability planning and resource adequacy issues. Did I answer your question on that?
You did, thank you.
Okay. On this next slide, I just want to touch on a few things. Cold weather operating capabilities continue to improve. We have completed the 2024 generator winterization survey. Large consistency of gas pipelines serving MISO units, which includes 27 interstate pipelines, 12 intrastate pipelines, and 25 local gas distribution companies have all been confirmed. What you're seeing on this slide is results of our winterization study. What is the easiest way to show it? The blue is the better. And as you can see, each year MISO has gotten better on the winterization studies, and the information provided by our load-serving entities. All of our members have improved greatly in preparing for this winter. Just want to talk a little bit about dispatchable thermal generation fuel supply outlook. Now, you have to take this footprint wide. The utilities in Indiana may have plenty of coal supply or gas supply, but as we look at it footprint wide, the balance between natural gas and coal generation will depend on fuel availability and deliverability. Natural gas storage is projected to be lower than the 5-year average each month. Coal inventories at power plants are expected to be lower than last winter and on the lower end of the 5-year average. We will continue to monitor this information and check with our utilities on firm supplies. We do that periodically as we see significant cold coming. We will reach out to all our load-serving entities to make sure where their coal supplies and their firm gas supplies. It's a heck of an eye chart, so I'll walk you through it. The winter 25-26 PRA, which is the planned resource auction, did result in a decrease in surplus in our ZRCs, or zonal resource credits, in comparison with the winter 24-25 PRA. To begin, the gray on the left is last year's offers compared to the gray on the right being this year's. So compared to last year, we lost 14 gigawatts. Biggest in our adjustment is the accreditation, which resulted in 11.5 gigawatts, and also retirements accounted for an additional 6 gigawatts of loss. However, we did see an uptick in new capacity, which resulted in 4.2 gigawatts. As solar continues to grow rapidly, MISO could manage up to 20 gigawatts of in-service solar capacity this winter, which can significantly impact the flexibility needed in operations and the markets. Load forecast improvements have been made based on lessons learned from previous winter storms by leveraging similar day analysis, including similar extreme conditions and training data. Many resources types experience a decrease year over year on accreditation, including both thermal, gas, and intermittent resources. We will continue to see that change as we implement all our accreditation in the next planning year auction. These are just some of the drills. I'll talk quickly about those. The MISO cold weather drill is an important part of our preparedness. During this exercise, MISO grid operators review previous winter storms, evaluate the actions were taken, and discuss what worked well and what needs to be improved. The drill helps us apply lessons learned, strengthen communication and coordination. Year after year, this exercise enhances our readiness, improves response strategies, and supports the ongoing reliability of the bulk electric system. Additionally, we hosted 4 power system restoration drills, 2 with our members and 2 with the MISO operators. This drill provides an opportunity for MISO operators and our members to work together in case of emergency. I'll end it with that will reassure the commission that MISO is prepared for this winter and can meet the demand. Just a little bit of advertising on our website. Also in the appendix, because it changes a lot, I have included what our warnings, alerts, and everything means, both on the website and what you receive through emails. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Bob, I have a question. This is Dale Thomas with Commission staff. I do have a question. I was looking at the generator winterization survey results that were presented in a committee here, or committee process at MISO a couple weeks ago, and I noted that the question, has a plan to prepare for winter? And for Zone 6, there's 2.9 gigs that don't have a plan, apparently, according to this result. I was wondering if you could perhaps provide some information to us as the commission about which 2.9 gigawatts in Zone 6 don't have a plan.
Off the top of my head, I cannot, Dale, but I can get that to the commission if it's public data.
Yep, thank you.
I don't think we have any more questions. Olivia or Anthony, do you have any questions for Bob? Thanks a lot, Bob.
Thank you.
Next up is NIPSCO.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Vince Parisi with NIPSCO. Today with me, I have Carl Stanley, who is with our supply and optimization team. He'll speak with that. Mike Melvin, who is our on electric distribution, will speak to that. Karima Hassan Bey, who runs our gas operations and will provide some information. And then Brian McCall, who will speak to our generation, and not at all in that order. So thank you for taking some time with us today to speak to our winter preparedness. We're a combo utility. At NIPSCO, I will start with saying we are confident that we're prepared to serve our customers. We've actually had a couple of events already this year. We had a pretty significant wind event just before Thanksgiving and a couple of winter storms. System is holding up well, a few outages, but we were able to take care of those fairly quickly. Let me jump in. This is an overview of our NIPSCO system. As you can see, we serve the top third of the state, gas and electric. The electric is delineated in green, gas and blue combos. So most of our electric customers also take gas service from us. We serve about 1.4 million customers in total. We're the largest gas distribution utility in the state, second largest electric distribution utility, about 500,000 electric customers with about 900,000 natural gas customers. There's some stats here, just under 4,000 megawatts of generation capacity. Brian will speak to that a bit, but you can see what that's made up of. We do have two different coal facilities, a couple of peakers, our Sugar Creek facility, which is a natural gas combined cycle, 2 hydros, and we do now have 8 owned renewable generation facilities in the state. We have our system, our transmission system is made up of 69 kV all the way up to 765 kV with some 345 kV in there as well, with 3,000 circuit miles, a little over 300,000 poles, 66 transmission and 250 distribution substations. On the gas side, we're a little over 18,000 miles of pipe, 17,900 miles approximately of distribution main, about 690 miles of transmission main, and we do have 2 system storage facilities, and Carl will speak to that a little bit. About 3,100 folks that work here in Indiana, and we are headquartered up in Maryville. The next couple of slides, we talk about our customer bills. We are anticipating that our customers' bills will be higher this year than they were next year, in part due to electric rate case outcome. We also, on the gas side, had a warmer than normal winter last year, so when we normalize that back, we will see we project some increases related to higher temperatures or more normal temperatures. We also have seen higher gas prices out there a bit, and Carl can touch on that as well. We have a number of different programs that we work on, both the gas and electric side. Both programs have budget billing as well as payment plan options for our customers. We are able to offer LIHEAP now that was approved through the emergency action out in DC. I think about 90% of the LIHEAP funding we should see come through, and then hopefully the balance at the beginning of next year. I appreciate the opportunity to talk both to average usage for our customers as well as kind of the common comparisons that we see on the electric side. The tendency is to use about 1,000 kilowatt hours as an average usage. As you can see, our customers use significantly less than that across our system. That does have the impact when we're setting our rates of showing a higher rate, but when you apply it to the actual average usage, you can see where our customer bills are. About $147, $148 is what we think through the November and March timeframe is what our customers on average will see, which is about a $90 increase from last year.
Vince?
Yes.
Is that your winter average usage or your summer average usage? I know being a primarily gas-heated area, you have very low winter usage, relatively low winter usage.
We do. So, and Dale, thanks for the question. Our average usage for the entire year on the electric side is about 672 kilowatt hours. That's sort of the average. We do see in the January month that higher average usage, as well as in the July-August timeframe, higher average. But our average usage across the entire strip is 672 kilowatt hours. And then here's information related to our gas. We see average in that November through March timeframe, a bill of about $133 a month. There, again, you can see we predict the highest usage in January, so the largest bills during that timeframe, and how on an average basis the usage goes from about 60 therms up to about 163 therms. And I will turn it over to Karima.
Good morning. So I'm going to speak to our winterization actions that we've taken in NIPSCO, and one of the best ways to avoid an event is to be prepared for an event, correct? So we work very closely together between gas, electric, and generation to make sure we're prepared from a system standpoint and to ensure reliability to our customers. Is that better? Okay, thank you. So I was stating our gas, electric, and generation organizations, we work very closely together to be prepared from a prevention standpoint and a reliability standpoint to our customers. If we go to our general preparations on the right-hand side, we perform annual weatherization activities at our generating facilities, which Brian will speak to. As we all unfortunately experienced the polar vortexes in 14 and 19, the cold temperatures are not uncommon in Indiana. However, we make sure that our designs are prepared for that. And we take that into account for all of our areas in generation, power delivery, and gas ops. Through our redundancy and load planning, we prepare from a design perspective to make sure that our model enables that effective system. In addition to, I think we also learned from COVID, from a supply chain perspective, that we have to make sure we have our materials and we're well planned, which we are well prepared from that standpoint, from an asset perspective. And lastly, through some coordination with our local emergency management agencies, we prepare by doing mock events. We have after-action reviews for all events to ensure we capture and learn from those things to prepare. On the next slide, speaking specifically to gas operations, every operating area, which we have 14 in gas operations throughout Northwest Indiana, East Indiana, and West, we have an operating plan that all of our employees are responsible for reviewing, understanding, and we check and verify adherence. That's to ensure we have safe and reliable service to our customers from a gas perspective. We continue to invest in our systems to make sure that we have reliability. With the increasing demand in the organization and the footprint, we have a large demand, and we're seeing a lot of build that's happening specifically around Midwest Indiana that we're prepared for. So you can see the last 4 bullets are just some examples where we've increased capacity. The Bluffton Road Station was a replacement of a station that was hit by a drunk driver last year. The next 2 projects are in South Bend, where we increased our capacity to meet that increasing large volume demand. And lastly, Roanoke and Fort Wayne, the Lafayette Center Parkway, is a new station installed to feed at capacity and to ensure we can add new load to that system. With that, I will pass it over to Brian to discuss generation.
All right, can you hear me? Yes. So we have completed all of our PMs in generation for winter preps. They include things such as placing portable heaters throughout our coal plants, preparing our cooling towers for a rugged winter, which in the cooling towers themselves are checked. Our combined cycle facility has automated cooling tower weather prevention. It'll actually shut down individual cells to increase the temperatures to fight freezing. At our coal plants, we have to do that manually, but we have cold weather checks we do when it gets to freezing. The operators will go through and do the same thing manually to maintain the cooling powers ice-free or reduced ice. A lot of our preparations are around people access, making sure that we can keep the roads clear and the walking areas clear so our operators can respond to issues quickly and they're not prevented from doing that. And then the heat trace checks all throughout the plants have been completed. The renewable assets are inherently somewhat resilient to the cold, but we do schedule all of our annual PMs right before the winter to make sure they're optimal. Those have all been completed. And those would be things like space heaters, cabinet heaters, and just airflow, filter checks, things like that to make sure the assets are resilient. And that's it.
In power delivery, as we prepare for winter, there's 3 focus areas: electric operations, system reliability, and employee safety. First, electric operations. Each fall, Power Delivery conducts a comprehensive winter readiness program to stay ahead of severe weather. We make sure both our control center operations and our field teams, including electric line and electric substation, are fully equipped and prepared to maintain reliable service throughout the season. Next, system reliability. When extreme weather is forecasted, we suspend switching orders to reduce risk. Our operations planning team works to mitigate high-risk scenarios and put circuits normal wherever possible. At the substation level, we confirm relay house heaters are operational and verify our SF6 breaker gas levels are full to ensure proper functionality. Additionally, we have completed our winter tabletop storm drill, and we also participated in the MISO power system restoration drills. Finally, employee safety. We implement strict protocols to keep our teams safe. This includes inspecting and replacing boots as necessary, verifying ice cleats and salt inventory storage, and equipping trucks with snow plows, putting out trench markers in the substations, and ensuring that we have all of the substations plowed as appropriate. Tailgate safety protocols are reinforced to address specific winter hazards. And every day, we have a power delivery meeting that we talk about any specific hazards coming for the day, including all weather, including rain, ice, snow, and potential driving conditions. These actions collectively ensure NIPSCO is prepared for reliability and safety during severe winter conditions.
So I'll have Carl run through this slide, but the chairman had asked a question with respect to 202C, so I thought I'd just hit on that. We are on path right now to retire both Unit 17 and 18 for Schaefer, obviously aware of the activity happening around the emergency orders. Have had conversations both with MISO and at the federal level to understand that we do not have a 202C at this point, so we're still operating toward those retirements, but we're also doing internal work to be prepared, if needed, to continue to operate those units. Unit 18 isn't a forced outage. That one will take more time and effort to ultimately get it to where it needs to be. And at some point, if we do get a 202C and it continues, we'll likely have to do some work on 17 as well.
I guess, Vince, I'll take this is Dale Thomas with staff again. I'll take an opportunity to jump in here and channel the chairman a little bit, perhaps. I see on this fuel availability in particular, it's got a comment in here about Schaefer's inventory being reduced in anticipation. How flexible are your contracts in the event that you will need coal supply after December to handle Schaefer? Is that something that's being planned for?
It is something that's being discussed. We've asked for requests for proposals, frankly, from the various coal providers to see what is available. Availability looks to be fairly decent at this point to be able to move on that. We didn't want to take any steps that would ultimately cost our customers dollars in the event that we don't get it, but we are taking some preparatory steps, I would say, to be ready in the event that we need to. And I think we do see some flexibility there.
And thank you.
Carl?
I was going to ask questions a little bit later, but I'll take an opportunity to start on them here. Through a public filing that was made recently in your fuel adjustment clause proceeding, it highlights that Schaefer 18 is currently in an extended outage and basically dead in the water until a decision is made about it being in the future, and I think since July. How does that fit into? Can you tell me how that, or explain to me how that fits into the 202C construct or thoughts in terms of that turbine repair?
Yeah, a good question. It is something that we've taken some steps to be prepared. Long lead time equipment in particular that ultimately would have to be ordered for us to come in. Frankly, that unit, it needs rebuilt, and so Brian could probably speak to it in more detail. But we're taking some steps to be able to do that, but it will take time. It could take 6 months or longer for us to ultimately be able to get that unit back to where it would need to be to operate for an extended period of time. It's just the reality of that unit being close to retirement. We're not completely unprepared, but it will take time to get that long lead time items in to be able to make the repairs necessary.
And I don't want to get into too much rate making, but as I understand what Consumers is doing, they're basically including those costs until they, in a deferral account, until they have an opportunity to know whether the greater MISO community is going to support that.
Yeah, I would anticipate we would look at it similarly.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Just to add to what Vince said, yes, we are preparing as if there possibility of the plant running from a fuel supply perspective, and we have gotten responses back from the RFP. And one thing I wanted to mention anyway was what we have seen so far this summer and into the fall and winter here is these coal suppliers have been very reliable, and we've seen improved performance from the rail companies as well. So I think we're in a position where we should be able to meet the need if it so arises from the extension of the plant. So just as you see on the slide up right now, Michigan City plant is well positioned from an inventory perspective. It's been running reliably. We expect that to continue through the winter. So overall, from a coal supply perspective, we're well positioned heading into the winter. Moving over to the gas area, what you see up on the slide there is the 7 pipelines that interconnect with our NIPSCO gas system. It's very robust. It gives us optionality in terms of where supply is coming from. Right now, from a national perspective, inventories are sitting above the 5-year average and near where it was last year. So I think we're well positioned from an inventory perspective. You know, what we've seen in the market over the last week or so is with the increased cold, the producers out there have actually increased production to meet the need. So that's a good sign. Prices have risen, however, just in relation to the cold coming into the area, but it's encouraging to see the producers sort of react to the situation. So I think we're well positioned for the winter. We do have firm supplies coming from different areas, and you see the Sugar Creek facility. We have a firm contract that we've held for years on Midwestern that supplies 70,000 decatherms a day, meets most of the need of the plant to be available for need, if so. Going to the seasonal construct, we did participate in the auction this past spring, and we did have a 295 megawatt need for the winter. But what I will say is I've started to see a little more interest from a seasonal transactional perspective, which is encouraging. We were able to pick up just a few winter-only packages. I think the market still is still developing in this area. Another sort of observation I would make is most counterparties want to deal in the current planning year. They're not so interested in out years. We're starting to see that increase a bit, but it still remains primarily a, you know, sort of a prompt month year, if you will, in terms of finding packages to handle the need. So otherwise, I think, you know, the seasonal construct, we're getting used to it and we're reacting well to it, and it's starting to work as intended.
And Carl, is your last observation, is that true? Is that considering seasonal, or is that considering the term, the annual as well?
Well, I think from a future year perspective, the market trades annually. And then as you get into the current sort of seasonal year, so as we head into January, February, and March, planning for the 26-27 year, I would expect more of those seasonal packages to make themselves available. And I'll just summarize this. From a fuel supply and inventory perspective, we're well positioned for the winter, and I think we're ready to go in terms of meeting the need of our customers. I'm going to hand it over to Brian.
All right, I'll speak to the maintenance outages, but I'll first start, you referenced Unit 18 at Schaefer. That was a low-pressure steam turbine blade failure. We've opened it up, inspected it, had a lot of negotiations with the OEM and trying to pull in future possible deliveries on those blades, and then also looking at the HPIP turbines. So like, while there's not a ton of outage work happening, there's a lot of contract stuff happening, trying to make sure we're positioned to not have what was originally an 18-month lead time on those blades, maybe be more like March or May. So also at that site, not noted here, but 16 Alpha and Bravo, the peakers of that site, both had compressor failures. We're well on the way to fixing that, working with the OEM in Houston to remanufacture blades. both due to extreme age of the units. We're having to probably be more novel in our inspections. The failures themselves were not typical, but we're well on the way. I think February to April, both units will be returned. So not noted here, but generation offline for the winter season. Michigan's.
Couple questions then, Brian, just for, as I'm trying to learn from y'all, because you guys are in the markets every day. Whenever you have a planned outage 31 days, and it exceeds that, you get hit with a penalty. Whenever you have a forced outage, like on 16A and B, where you miss the season, is that a prompt penalty, or does that just show up in your E4D whenever you're looking at your future accreditation? Because that's what, 100 megawatts probably between those two, I think, for winter?
More like 150 together. I believe that's going to hurt us in our future accreditation. So, and the 31-day outage is challenging when you open up a steam turbine. I would say for typical combined cycle outages, no problem usually, but we're always going to be challenged with the 31-day outage limit when you open up a steam turbine, take blades off-site to an off-site manufacturer and bring them back in, much as we're seeing currently at Sugar Creek. That outage was originally December 21st return. When GE opened up the steam turbine, there was dimensions off on blades. They actually are currently manufacturing blades for us in Croatia. So we're thinking more the first week of January for that turbine to return. And we'll probably get hit with more than 31 days on that unit for a few days. But we're actively working to shave hours and days off of that right now.
And then just one last thought on the 202C, or one last question, I guess. Since the chairman's not here, I'm kind of required to do this for him. Yeah. But it's very interesting as well. Like whenever you're having discussion, I presume DOE is informed of the extra cost that may be involved if you needed a turbine overhaul or turbine replacement as part of their particular 90-day 202C format. Have you had those? Do they ask those kind of questions whenever they're pursuing that, or?
I'll defer to Vince for that.
Yeah, Dale, I would say the conversations are kind of all-encompassing, so we really have tried to put kind of everything out there related to the unit so they understand the current condition and the timing related to, any additional run that they might want to see. Can't speculate beyond that, but the information's out there.
This seems something, a path, if that was a path that was taken, it seems something ripe for federal government funding to help support that, I would suggest.
And there are grant programs that are available, free dollars, and we will take advantage of those in the event that we have a 202C.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll just speak to the overall footprint of generation. The numbers you're seeing there do include 18, 16 Alpha and Bravo at Schaefer, not as a part of the projections. So the coal and natural gas portions will be a little bit smaller. A very large renewable footprint for us. And as I noted, the renewables are very resilient in the winter. I think MISO noted that heavy precipitation would be a problem for irradiance in the solar fields, but they tend to do very well. And this was a question due to diesel. None of our assets utilize diesel for generation. We're all coal and natural gas driven for our fossil units.
So the last question related to working with local and state organizations. We did have a meeting in September where we brought in mayors and other community leaders to kind of talk through some of the programs and items that we have. Kind of listed some of the things that we've talked about there. We have increased from 400 to 550 with respect to the grants that are available. We have reduced to zero the deposit from $50 for LIHEAP eligible. LIHEAP eligible folks will then also be available for other programs that'll start in 2026. Through our last rate case, we created a $1.5 million program for our electric customers that will be able to use for assistance programs, and then just some other information here. So I think with that, if we'll open to any other questions that you might have.
Chris, go ahead.
Chris Lewis, Commission staff. Your LIHEAP funding there, what's the typical arrearage for a customer currently, do you know?
No, that's a great question. I don't have the answer to it. I'm just looking over. Let me get the answer to that for you. I know that our customers do use, we're fairly significant amount of LIHEAP overall compared to sort of state in general, but we can get you that information.
In addition, do you know typically on an annual basis how many reconnects and disconnects you have?
I don't. Let me get that question for you as well.
Thank you. I don't think we have any more questions. Anthony? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
We're scheduled for a break now. We're gonna go ahead and start back at 11 a.m. with CenterPoint.
If you're the meeting. And this is Candy. This is Candy. This is crackers. Somebody touches this out with crackers.
Jim?
This is something.
Jim, can you hear me? Hi, Jim. Can you hear me now?
Oh, this is 10 times better sound.
Okay, let me test one of the mics that are up here at the desk.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, what about now, Jim?
Perfect.
Okay,
There's no choppiness to it at all.
awesome. Hopefully it was just a weird WebEx link then, okay? Go ahead and stay logged into this.
I won't turn it off, but we're not coming back until 11. Is that correct?
Okay.
I mean, is that correct?
Yeah, just leave. I would go ahead and mute your mic, but you can leave everything else on.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks, Jim.
we're going to give it a few more minutes for the people that are tuning in, but thank you. I know, Mike, I think you live locally, but you guys, thank you for coming up today. I appreciate it. I know the road conditions were not great, and we really appreciate you coming in. I think we can go ahead and get started.
All right, very good, commissioners, commissioner staff, OUCC team. Thanks for the opportunity to present again this year about our winter reliability projections. I'm Mike Rader with CenterPoint Energy. With me today on my far right is Shane Bradford, who leads our electric operations and generation teams. And also with me is Greg Maurer, who's been here before in different capacities, but today is here in his current capacity as leading our natural gas business. So we'll begin to walk through some of our presentation and look forward to your questions along the way. Start with kind of the end, and that is that we're prepared to meet our energy needs for our customers this winter. We see our gas supplies as affordable and reliable for this winter. I do want to take just a minute and talk about a couple of initiatives that we have that are not exactly related to the questions that were asked, but I think they do fit kind of a customer experience, certainly fit the affordability journey that we're on in Southwest Indiana. We've started with a number of affordability initiatives, and really that started a couple of months ago where we announced that we had canceled some renewable and uneconomic generation plans that we had, which avoided about $18 a month on customer bills. We're also working with our existing riders and trackers to do what we can to accelerate anytime that there's credit that might be available. We recently announced also that our foundation is creating a $5 million weatherization fund for Southwest Indiana that'll focus on residential, commercial renters, also a little bit on economic development. So these, we don't have all the details released because it'll be 26 and 27 when we actually spend those dollars, but the intent is to help segments of our customers that we've not helped before with weatherization. So again, just 2 or 3 items that we are focused on, affordability. Then maybe the photos that you see on this slide are really from, we did what we called Community Connect sessions over the last couple of months. We concluded a couple of weeks ago, and this is where we were in four of our electric service territory counties, where think of these as more of open house type environments where we invited customers in. We had all the different operations teams. We had customer service live and available to help anybody real time. We had assistance agencies with us, and so we really had good feedback from these events, and so I just wanted to take a second and talk about those. I know other utilities in Indiana have done those recently, but we absolutely helped customers who came in looking for help, whether that was bill assistance, maybe they had a problem with their bill. Again, we had live agents that were able to help folks throughout Southwest Indiana. I would also just mention we had good elected official support at these events. We had a couple of state legislators attend. We certainly had county commissioners in Posey and Vanderburgh County that participated in these events with us. So again, I think we felt good about those. We're finalizing kind of a 26 schedule that will encompass both some affordability announcements as well as being more visible and available to our customers. I think that's something that we see as a benefit that as we look forward. As we begin to get into the actual questions and the meat of the presentation, just a reminder of our service territory. You know, the gold or yellow in Southwest Indiana is the combination customer. I think the rest of that you're pretty familiar with from previous presentations. Again, this slide is really intended just to show a few highlights of some of the outreach that we have been doing and continue to do. And I think that we've worked hard to get better at this, and we will continue to get better. But just customer emails, I'll just highlight a couple. Customer emails as an example. I think we're better at targeting messages to segments of our customers that need them in a real-time manner. And I think the same can be said for some of our social media activities. And then, we've also spent a lot of time with what I would call custom web pages when there's an issue or an event that needs to have information available right away. We're able to stand that up in a much more real-time fashion. When we transitioned to our new bill format earlier this year, that was a tool that was helpful in getting information out to customers. So again, just wanted to highlight a couple of those examples. Also on the customer experience side, I talked about the Community Connect already. I would also just mention, though, we had what I would consider pretty balanced media coverage on those events, and in a time where sometimes the news stories can maybe not feel balanced, but we had, kind of print, radio, television coverage of these events, which also, in effect, helped, I think, get the word out to customers. I also on this page, just want to highlight our Customer Experience Collaborative. Now, this is a small but mighty group of customers who have volunteered to meet with us periodically. As you might imagine, I think most of these folks have been with us now for the better part of a year, kind of on a quarterly basis, roughly. But it's been really interesting to watch the questions that these folks have asked on behalf of all our customers. We've tried to do a couple of things that they've brought to our attention to help the customer experience. And then even more recently, a couple of them have shown up at these community sessions, and they actually, have been with us helping answer questions of customers. So they've really invested in this, and so it's just another tool, I think, that we've found helpful to help our customers. And then finally, on this one, I always like to, we've mentioned this in the past, but the Traveling City Hall, Mayor Terry in Evansville really values our participation in this. These are her events, not our events, but we take just a small group of customer service folks at these events. Most recently, in the fall here, she had a utility-focused Traveling City Hall. So again, think of, we would have been kind of the center point, but also water, wastewater for the city of Evansville would have been part of that presentation. So we continue to partner with her and her team, other local officials in the region as needed. We continue to give back through our foundation. Again, our numbers are solid throughout the state, but really focused on the impact in Southwest Indiana. Some of the grants are highlighted there. We continue to target our employee volunteer time and our dollars to continue helping our communities. Our winter bill projections really summarize, I think, the natural gas bills are going to up over last winter, driven primarily by commodity costs on the gas side, and then on the electric side, primarily driven by a recent rate case that we've nearly fully implemented at this point. We did obviously go out with communications around October the 15th to try to help customers prepare, both in Southwest Indiana as well as our North Gas customers, prepare for the upcoming winter. This slide's a little bit busy, but I think we wanted to present both the answers to the questions that were asked as well as more average customer use that we see for our customers. So from a Southwest combo customer, I would maybe point you to the top tranche CEI South combo customer. That is the line that most of our customers are likely to experience. You see the bill from last heating season on a monthly basis, and then what we're projecting, the $49 increase over over last heating season. Then the bottom line on that top half is the North Gas customer. You see what we would have projected last year versus what we're seeing this year. So there are other ways to dice the data on this page, but those are the two lines that I would call to your attention because those are the experiences that we expect. Again, you see the 1,000 kilowatt hours and then the 200 therms at the bottom half of the page. Again, you could look at the South Combo customer as the typical customer. So 1,000 kilowatt hours and 200 therms, you would expect to see about a $67 increase. And then the North Gas customer at the slightly higher usage, you would see about $11 increase. Now, those are based on commodity costs when we put those projections out in October. As I think we know, the commodity costs are a bit higher here in recent weeks. But again, directionally, that was what we would expect for this winter. We continue working with our local agencies, including getting the word out on LIHEAP as Congress has moved some of those dollars to be available. And so we'll continue to work with our local agencies, CAPE and Evansville, and the CAP agencies around Southwest Indiana, and then as well as in our North Gas footprint to get assistance to those that are qualify. And then I will turn it over to Greg to walk us through some of the gas pieces.
Thank you, Mike. First, for our Indiana gas footprint, the team does manage over 17,000 distribution miles and approximately 750 transmission miles that serves our more than 778,000 customers. Our gas supply planning objective remains the same year after year, which is to meet our customers' natural gas needs throughout varying conditions through a balanced supply of different products. Our gas supply plan is to hedge or price stabilize approximately 70% of our gas supply plan for average weather. We do this through a combination of physical and financial hedges and on and off system storage. The remaining forecasted winter sales are purchased in spot market. This chart provides a similar plan view, only using a design day. It illustrates that on a design day, we have a capacity through a diverse supply to meet demand with an approximate 4.5% reserve margin. We target 3 to 5% margin reserve each year, which is standard in the industry and is consistent across our enterprise. Transitioning to operational readiness, we do begin preparing at the transition of the season each year, coordinating between departments to identify any critical areas in our system, ensuring that they are operational, or if any modifications or additional monitoring would be required. This slide briefly touches on the preparation of our fleet, operation centers, and personnel. We will ensure our major construction is left in a safe and secure manner, and that our team members have what they need to be able to respond in varying conditions. Lastly, while we kicked off our system planning meetings well ahead of heating season, we reconvened recently to discuss any changes or new areas of concern, and will continue to coordinate as we get additional pressure data from our system as the season progresses, and monitor the system routinely to ensure that our customers' needs are ultimately met. Gas operations is prepared. With that, I will turn it over to Shane.
Greg, can I ask a question before you get started?
Yes.
I'm usually an electric guy, so I don't get a lot of knowledge on the gas side, at least as much as I'd like. When I look at your slide 15, and I see your pipeline capacity is somewhere in the neighborhood of 60% of your total demand day, that I presume that means pipeline capacity coming from outside, meaning transmission pipes and such coming to your distribution system?
That is correct.
And what pipelines are those on primarily for you guys?
So our south options, we have many options in the north.
Yeah.
But our south supply is by Texas Gas.
Okay, so the one that runs up there, like through Rockport, that area runs up there?
Yes.
Okay. And that's where almost all the pipeline capacity for Segico comes, or south comes off of?
I'm not going to say, I can't give you a percentage of that, but I can validate that.
Okay, thank you.
Greg, real quick, sorry. Rich Brunt, Commission staff. I see a significant portion is planning from, I'm sorry. Feedback there. From storage. Are you guys at good storage levels? I saw, if you weren't here for MISO's presentation, they commented that they projected storage average was below a 5-year average. Okay. And you guys are fine?
Yeah. Recent meeting with our gas supply team, our gas storage field team indicated that we were in good shape going into the winter season.
Okay. Yeah, NIPSCO commented that they were hitting their targets as well, so, all right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for Greg? All right, thank you, Greg. So moving on to electric. As Mike showed in a previous slide, CenterPoint Energy serves more than 150 electric customers across southwestern Indiana. We maintain an approximate 8,000-mile transmission and distribution network and operate an approximate 1,300 megawatts of generation. Our footprint on the our footprint map highlights our generation assets where they're located. Earlier this year, we placed our two 230-megawatt A.B. Brown combustion turbines and our 191-megawatt Posey solar site into service, and both are performing well at this time. Our current fleet includes coal, gas, and renewable resources, approximately 75% thermal and 25% renewable. This diverse mix supports system reliability while preserving operational flexibility across differing seasonal conditions. Before I jump to the next slide, just noting Cully 2 is currently still on track to cease operation at the end of the year. However, similar to NIPSCO, we have had discussions with the DOE, but to this point, we have not received a 202C.
Shane, Cully 3 is also, I think I saw in a recent FIC filing you guys made that that it was having some turbine repair delay potential. How's it stand? Where are you guys standing on that today?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Dale. We're currently in our turbine overhaul outage, and we had a component that was machined improperly, so it had to be sent back out. So we're on track to be, by mid-December, be back online. Yep. Our winter peak demand continues to increase, reaching 849 megawatts last season and projected to reach 863 megawatts for this winter. These peaks have routinely coincided with MISO's generation warnings and alerts due to cold weather, which is just basically saying it's temperature driven. I think in between 23, 24, we did have a new customer come in. That was the 50-some megawatts there, but the rest of it is mainly driven by just weather-related, temperature-driven. For the upcoming winter season, CenterPoint has sufficient capacity to meet customer demand and meet MISO's PRMR. In addition, approximately 68% of our accredited capacity has firm fuel capability, which I'll get into in the next slide. For winter preparedness, we perform preventive maintenance. We do weatherization activities and continuous meteorological monitoring with our internal meteorologist. Our Cully 3, as we talked about before, is currently in our turbine overhaul, and we do expect it to be back in service by mid-December. Our coal inventory at Cully is approximately at 100 days, which is slightly above our preferred operating range, which is 60 days plus or minus 30 days. Gas supply for our Brown CTs for 5 and 6 is 100% firm, no notice capacity, giving us operational flexibility to quickly start when needed. And the Brown gas turbines, units 3 and 4, is 76% firm notice capacity and 24% gas storage for peak usage.
This brings up an interesting, this is Dale Thomas again. With the Texas gas pipeline that comes into the Brown units now, in that side of the system, does that provide another connection point to Texas Gas for SeaGeco, for the gas distribution system, or does it not feed up at that point?
It does not connect into our distribution system. It's just a ladder off the main pipeline feeds the Baby Brown site so far. You had a question on your questionnaire about fuel usage, diesel usage. Our Brown Unit 3 is our only dual fuel unit as a diesel backup. It also serves as our Black Start unit. The site has enough diesel fuel on site to provide approximately 10 hours of full load operation. And we do not cycle the unit on with diesel fuel to cycle through the diesel fuel. Moving on to winter preparedness. As we approach any type of severe weather, we review storm response procedures, monitor key weather indicators, proactively return facilities to service where possible, and stage materials, tools, and vehicles in advance of the severe weather. And when severe weather is likely to occur, we activate our storm response plan, monitoring, communicating, preparation, escalation, and execution, which includes coordination with our local EMAs to secure alignment. Let me just finish up. That was the last slide. Just let me finish up to say, that CenterPoint, CE Electric, and Gas Indiana are prepared for winter reliability, and we look forward to hopefully having a very successful winter season. Any questions? I see Chairman Houston has his hand up.
Yeah, Shane, thank you very much. Hope you can hear me okay. We've got a new WebEx link, and I think it's working. If the U.S. Department of Energy does order a 202C for Cully 2, how is your fuel there, and how will you be able to react to that kind of an order if it does happen between Christmas and New Year's?
Thank you for the question. Cully 2, the fuel supply for Cully 2 and Cully 3 is the same. So our 100-day supply should be sufficient because it's slightly over our preferred, over our preferred level inventory of 60 days plus or minus 30 days. So if we do get that notification, we should have ample supply on the ground at Cully to continue running beyond December 31st. And our coal contracts are set up with the optionality to where we can adjust the tonnage on a quarterly basis. So if we do get the 202C, we can increase our coal contract tonnage up at least a 20% on a quarterly basis to accommodate for that. Did that answer your question, Chairman?
It did, and since its retirement date would be at the end of the year, then would you need to be filing something at FERC after the first of the year for future runs?
Yes, we anticipate that we would have to do some type of filing, continuing the operation of Cully 2 beyond the end of this year. Any other questions?
I don't think we have any other questions. Anthony, do you have any questions?
Just one question. Can you give us an update on the status of the sale of the Ohio utility?
Yep, be glad to. We announced the buyer for that sale a couple months ago at this point, and I think we're projecting close in the fourth quarter of 2026.
Thank you, and we are done till 11:30.
Thank you.
Steve, I think we're ready to get started.
All right, good morning. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today and talk about one of our most fundamental responsibilities as an electric utility, which is to make sure that we have an adequate supply of generation to meet our forecasted winter needs. So we're going to tag team this and have some handoffs throughout the course of the presentation, but I want to introduce the folks that are here from the I&M team. So to my right is Rob Beller. Rob is the manager of the Rockport facility. He also manages our solar.
If you could pull the microphone closer for everyone.
Every time, I think you guys have to tell me
That's
that.
all
Sorry
right.
about that.
Thank you.
So, so Rob is the manager of our Rockport facility, also our solar and hydro facilities. And then Eric Landkeet. Eric is new. I think it's his first time to visit with you guys for a resource adequacy discussion, and he's the operations director at Cook Nuclear Plant. And Jennifer Ellis is our vice president of distribution operations, and then Katie Runkle is our VP of external affairs. So just a quick rundown of the things that we're going to touch on today. Certainly we'll answer any additional questions you have beyond what's covered in our slide deck. But want to start with, I think, the most important question, the reason that we're here, and that is that we do have an adequate supply of generation to cover our forecasted needs during the winter period upcoming. Very confident about that. We've done a lot to prepare our generating units for winter operations, and Rob and Eric will talk about that. Pardon me. And then Jennifer will talk about the things we've done operationally on the wire side to be prepared for winter weather, shortfalls in capacity with the RTO, or anything that might happen during peak load season over the winter. And then Katie will close us out talking about communication with customers during crisis events, during outage events, and how we're going to handle and provide assistance to customers that need that during high bill periods during the winter months. So slide 3, I think I don't think anything's changed here for the last several conversations that we've had. So a list of all of our resources. This is for both jurisdictions, both Michigan and Indiana, total resources in I&M currently. And sometime early 26, we'll have the Oregon combined cycle facility added to this list, 870 megawatts of gas. So any questions on this slide? Anything here that I need to go into more detail on? Okay. All right, slide 4. So this is the outlook for the winter season, and this shows what we have in place to serve our forecasted load plus the variable installed reserve margin that PJM has, which is roughly 18%. So these numbers are identical for a reason. They're identical because that's our FRR supplement from our eastern generating fleet and AEP to make up the difference. So that's why the numbers are exactly the same, using our FRR balancing ability to do that. But obviously in good shape, got the resources in place to cover our forecasted demand coming up this winter. All right, so slide 5, lots of stuff going on in PJM that we're watching closely. So I don't know that I have the answers to everything here. I've tried to make sure that I know the most recent sorts of discussions that have been happening at PJM. But we don't expect any changes in RTO policy to impact our ability to serve customers or meet peak demand requirements over the winter months. That's good news. But we're certainly closely monitoring, us and our parent company, American Electric Power, monitoring capacity market changes. And there have been some votes here recently on things like critical issue fast path and large load interconnections. We're watching all those things very closely. We're watching the implementation of new queue reform, where generation that's ready to go within 3 years is moving to the front of the stack. That's the proposal to do that. We're looking at the injection rights transfer. We've been talking about that for a long time now. It really impacts us at Rockport and our plans to redevelop Rockport. Yes, sir.
So on the CIR issue, like, where does that stand procedurally? Are you waiting on the FERC to do something, or?
I think it's in FERC's hands now, Commissioner Valletta. I'd have to verify that. I think it's been back to FERC rule initially, then it was sent back to PJM. I think PJM has modified their filing and sent back to FERC for review.
And so at this point, we're waiting on a FERC decision there.
I believe so.
And just to kind of follow up on some of these issues, because when PJM spoke this morning, they talked about the updated 4R report, which is essentially them just saying our conditions are getting tighter in our system. So as that happens, and there seems to be these matters that are pending at the FERC that seem pointed at PJM for the most part, do you have any sort of high-level feel for where this is headed and like how this impacts us with being I&M being a FRR utility in PJM?
I think our FRR status is safe for the time being. We're certainly watching that. And there's some number of things that could change whether we need to go to market capacity approach versus FRR. Lots of advantages for our customers for FRR, so we're doing our very best to hang on to that. I don't know what the timeline is for the FERC to rule on injection rights, but that's extremely important to us, as you guys know. So watching all of this, watching some, I think the seasonality change is likely to happen in 2030 around ELCC changes, effective load carrying capacity changes for seasonality. So we're watching all those things, and all those things are, couple that with the large load increases and retirement of fossil generation. There's a lot of moving parts and pieces in PJM and all RTOs right now nationally.
Thank you.
Yes. Any other questions here? All right, I'm going to hand over to Rob.
Good morning. So discussing Rockport as we head into winter, we do not anticipate any coal supply issues or consumables issues that we have. Our target at Rockport is 40 days of coal on hand. As you can see, as of yesterday, we're projecting approximately 55 days. We do go through a winterization process each year. By November 15th, per NERC guidelines, we attest that we will be winterized. Now, some of that, if we've got a warm November, we have to hold off on a few of those items until it turns a little colder so that we don't get too hot inside the unit. So one thing I want to talk about is how we got to 55 days when our target's 40. Well, Rockport Unit 1 had an outage. Preventive every spring and fall. We predominantly clean our SCRs. This year, we also had a air heater wash, and that's going to be significant for us. The unit did finish the outage on November 24th and came online, and within an hour came back offline because we discovered a leak in some of our high-energy piping. That basically it was 40 years worth essentially of wear on that. And so we are in the process now of those repairs. And if all goes well, that unit should be back into startup tomorrow. Also, Rockport Unit 2 has been in a lengthy turbine outage. We discovered some issues with our high-pressure turbine, and so that unit's been out of service to make those turbine repairs. So when you factor both of those outages together is really how we've been able to get ahead of our target from a coal perspective.
Rob, probably a pretty
Yes.
good reminder that Unit 2 is not regulated as merchant.
That is true. It is a merchant unit, but it did contribute to the 55 days that we have right now. And we don't anticipate any delivery issues through the winter at this point. So
Unit 2 also doesn't count toward our RTO capacity obligation.
Correct. Yeah. So any questions on this slide? Okay. This is our standard process that we follow with impending cold weather. We work very closely with our commercial operations group and our meteorology team as far as monitoring any PJM potential alerts. We've set up a set of criteria based upon temperature and duration. And so we will start preparing weeks ahead. And as we get closer to a colder weather event, days ahead, things that we do is such as increase our staffing. We'll go over all of our policy, make sure everybody's up to speed with that. We'll increase some of our equipment checks. And then obviously, as we get to the day ahead and day of, very attentive, we make sure we've got extra staff, make sure we are checking based upon lessons learned, areas that we may have had freezing issues in the past before, that we've made corrections on. So we're doing that. If a unit's out of service and it need be, we would start the aux boiler up for some additional heat also. So pretty much a standard process that we go through every year prior to winter. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to cover DC Cook nuclear generation. So our winterization process at DC Cook is pretty similar to what Rob outlined. So I'm going to highlight some of the differences. So for fuel supply, both it was a 2-unit facility. They're loaded for 18 months in a planned refueling outage. Unit 2 just finished up a refueling outage in October. We don't have any planned refueling outages until fall of 2026. A few items that are a little bit different that we also do is we have a system that's called de-ice. When we're on Lake Michigan, we will realign some of our discharge water and make sure that we don't have icing on the screens. The other items, we make sure we have heat trace in service. We make sure all of our heating systems are in service, and that has been affirmed on November 1st. That's pretty much all I had. Any questions? All right, I'll turn it over to Jennifer.
Well, I pulled it close, but I didn't push the button.
There you go.
Thank you. I wanted to talk a little bit about what we're doing to prepare our wire side of the business for winter preparedness. And a couple of things to point out. First, that chart on the left-hand side of the screen, really proud of that. In terms of SAIDI and SAFE, we're continuing to make progress there. 10-minute SAIDI improvement over 2024 performance. So really proud of that number and continuing to work to improve on that number. A couple of things contributing to that. We've hardened the system, continuing to do that type of work, and also the automation. Any questions on this slide? All right, we'll flip over to the next one. Oh, thank you. All right, flipping over to the next slide, a couple of things to point out here. We are consistently watching the weather. It is every day. I'm consistently looking at both what our internal meteorology department provides as well as other sources like National Weather Service. So what we do with that is if there's a need, we are going to not only stage our internal resources, but we're also going to stage external, call for those resources in advance. We try to balance that and keep in mind the cost to our customers. We want to be there for our customers when needed, but the balance is we will typically do that in waves. So we're not calling them all at once typically. We'll pre-stage some, stage another at the point that the weather hits is when that last wave would come in. So that's what we do to try to balance that, and we drill and exercise over the course of the year. We've had 2 mock events that we've gone over this year and a couple more planned before the end of the year. Any questions?
All right, thank you. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the things that we're doing to help our customers through the winter months. Ultimately, our goal is to make sure that they're informed, that they're supported, and that they are safe during the winter. And so we know that affordability is critical for our customers right now with the cost of everything going up, and certainly access to assistance is incredibly important. So we've been advocating all year related to the LIHEAP program because there has been some uncertainty on that program this year, and we were happy to hear that they have released that funding. And so we are working with our local community action agencies, townships, et cetera, on making sure that that information is getting out and that we can amp up the assistance messaging for our customers so that they know what's out there for them. We're doing that messaging in English and in Spanish to make sure that we're accessing as many customers as we can. We also are increasing our proactive messaging around energy efficiency, around ways to decrease bills, and also making sure that customers understand the impact that the weather and the temperature can have on their overall bill. We're also we've assembled a team that is focused specifically on electric heat customers as well, because we can see that obviously that is where we see the biggest impact on bills during the winter. And so we have a team that's focused on what targeted outreach should we be doing throughout the months. If we start to see usage go higher than normal, higher than average, we'll be doing some targeted outreach directly to those electric heat customers. The last thing I want to mention, and Jennifer mentioned some of the preparedness we do around emergencies, and we certainly do that with our emergency partners as well. So we do a ton of coordination throughout the year with our emergency management agencies. Our philosophy is we don't want the first time we're talking to them to be during an event. So we attend all their coordination meetings, we do drills and exercises with them, and then we also make sure that they're aware of any anticipated issues around weather, et cetera, for us. And then we also, if they do activate their emergency centers, our default is that we are there in person supporting them from a utility perspective. And so, we're really focused on this winter, making sure that we're helping our customers navigate the winter safely, helping them manage their costs, and certainly welcome any feedback on anything that we can do, any best practices or things that we can do more to support our customers and communities. Thank you.
You mentioned the electric heating customers. Do you have an idea what saturation of your customers use gas heating and which use electric heating?
Yeah, so at least out of our customers, so our electric heating is about 21% of our customers is electric heat.
That's everything we had planned, but happy to answer questions if there's something we didn't cover in the presentation.
Steve, this is Jim Houston.
Chairman Houston has a question.
Yes, Chairman.
So if I heard you correctly, you're ready to fulfill your obligation to serve all of your customers this winter and maintain an 18% reserve margin by PJM, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I've got a quick question for you.
Go ahead.
On the customer assistance side, if you were to exclude the LIHEAP funding, what's the external assistance? What's that dollar amount, if you have an idea?
So you mean like as far as other
Like grants,
programs?
community action programs?
That's a good question. I don't have all of the other programs. I know, from our perspective, we have weatherization programs that we do and that kind of stuff as well. As far as the total funding, I'm not exactly sure beyond the LIHEAP side, but we try to make sure that we're getting our customers to the agencies that we know have that assistance so that they can take advantage.
We can follow up with some information if that would be helpful afterwards.
Yeah.
And the LIHEAP funding is 100% or 90%?
To the customer of what they get for their assistance?
No, what funding is going to be available to you to provide to customers?
What they released from the federal government side.
Thank
Yeah, I think, I don't think it was the full amount, but I know it was about $3.7 billion, and then Indiana gets obviously a portion of that, and I think ours was about 76 million. I could double check that.
And I think you mentioned this earlier. So for the electric heating customers, you were able to send them notifications, I guess, when weather turns cold, that they may see higher usage.
Yep.
And so that's
Yeah.
done email, or how is that?
Yeah, so we communicate in different ways. Right now, the best way is email. Certainly, they also can sign up for text alerts, high bill alerts we have as part of our smart meter system. So we do that. But what we're trying to do as well, we found during the summer that we tried to do a lot of that messaging, and there were still customers, obviously, that called about high bills, had concerns about that. And so we're trying to see, is there a more coordinated effort where we can actually look at what their usage was last year at this time and then this year. And if there's some that are really out of whack, we're actually going to do direct phone calls to them to just help them through and talk to them a little bit about what's going on.
You're more proactive, trying to be more proactive.
Exactly. Yep. More proactive. And I think better tips as well. So I think, sometimes we get feedback from our customers that the tips are great, but sometimes they're not always the most practical, so just trying to see what is actually going to move the needle for our customers as well.
Thank you. Anthony, it looked like you had a question.
Yeah, just to clarify on that first number you have on the slide here, 131.35 per month. How many kilowatt hours are we talking?
Yeah, so that one is 751 kilowatt hours, and that is a 12-month average. And then usage for just the winter months is 800, our average is 824 kilowatt hours, and that's about $143 for just winter.
Hi, Rich Brunt, Commission staff. Jennifer, you show your SAIDI numbers coming down in credit, grid modernization investments. Are those fully deployed? Are you continuing to invest? And can you give us an idea of, is it a cycle or is it a continuing?
Yeah, we're continuing to invest in the system. We are about 30% penetration for distribution automation, and that's of the circuits that are good candidates for it. Not every circuit is.
A lot more you could do then.
We're still working that direction, yes, sir.
Okay.
I don't think we have any other questions. I&M, thank you. And we are, Citizens Energy is next.
Thanks for your time.
I think we can go ahead and get started whenever you're ready.
Great, well, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I think I see Chair Houston is virtual today, so good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone else, including staff. And thank you for hosting the forum today. We're honored to share with you today Citizens Energy Group's focus on safety, reliability, and affordability, which have been our top priorities since our founding as a natural gas utility in 1887. In fact, they're paramount to our vision of enhancing the well-being of our customers, communities, employees by providing unparalleled service now and for generations to come. Today, we look forward to this opportunity to outline Citizens' strategy for providing customers with safe, reliable, affordable natural gas service to heat their homes and businesses over this upcoming winter heating season. With me today is JP Guillo, our Vice President of Energy Operations, and he's going to start by sharing an overview of our approach to winter reliability and preparedness, as well as our elements of our supply planning. My remarks will focus on customer affordability and assistance, as well as citizens' initiatives to help our neighbors in need this winter. JP will touch on more of this winter, or this session. But as you can see on the slide before you, we're pleased to share that residential bills are expected to remain relatively stable compared to last year. We'll circle back to other points on the screen during our presentation, but for now, I'll turn it over to JP.
Good morning. Is that better? Good morning. Working? So good morning. My name is JP, as Jeff mentioned. I'll be talking about winter preparedness and our pricing for the upcoming year. So jumping right in, we design our system for a peak day of minus 17 degrees Fahrenheit. And again, that corresponds with the demand on that day at 17 degrees below Celsius or below zero. We build up our supply portfolio to meet that demand, and you can see we have supplies from interstate pipelines, we have underground storage assets, and we also have peaking that's on our system. And you'll see in a couple slides that build up in numbers and in a graph. It's important, though, to have those supplies built up because if you don't contract in advance, you're unlikely to get those supplies on a cold day. So again, that firm, reliable supply is important. And the design of the system is important as well to make sure that it can be delivered from the supply point to your homes. During the year, we spend a lot of time coordinating with our counterparties. Some of those counterparties, as you can see on the list, are suppliers, interstate pipelines, some of our larger customers, especially the electrics, and you've probably heard from or you will hear from one of them today, some of our coordination activity. And then importantly, some of our suppliers, such as our LNG supplier. So when we get to the winter, or right before the winter, we actually coordinate tests of equipment. So not too long ago, we had our LNG supplier actually turn on their pumps and their vaporizers and send out a little bit of natural gas to make sure that everybody's ready for the upcoming winter. In a similar fashion, we have coordination meetings prior to the winter with our power customers to make sure that we're meeting their needs so that we can keep them reliable as well. And of course, throughout the year, and this group is very familiar with pipeline safety activity, we have a lot of compliance work that we perform. This is just a small subset of the type of work that we perform. We put some examples of things that we focus on related to the transmission lines and the underground storage lines. Those are the larger, bigger supply components. But we're in your neighborhoods throughout the year, whether it's checking valves or regulators, even down to potentially your street in front of your house. And again, that's to make sure that our equipment is functioning and ready for that cold winter and those cold days, kind of like today. So turning over to pricing, you'll see the buildup again to our peak day. So you'll see that we have sufficient supplies to meet our peak day. Our peak day is about 450,000 decatherms. Those are the residential and small commercial accounts. Those are our retail customers. The larger customers, the bigger industrial or power generation companies, they generally make arrangements for their own supply to our city gate. And you can see it's a pretty diverse mix on peak. We have interstate pipeline capacity, as I discussed. We have storage that's contracted with the interstate pipelines. Some of that storage could be housed in Michigan. We also have storage that's here in Indiana, down in Greene County, just about an hour southeast or southwest of here. And then we have that peaking, which I already mentioned, to handle that peak day. And just for a quick reference, REX stands for the Rockies Express Pipeline. PEPL is the Panhandle Eastern Pipeline, and TGT is the Texas Gas Transmission Pipeline. Those are pipes that bring gas from either the Gulf of Mexico or Oklahoma area, and in some cases from Pennsylvania as well.
JP, I have a question about the storage. So one thing we've been talking about is, historically, like when you would fill the storage up versus now is gas is being used for generation, or has that changed how you manage that storage piece?
So I would say generally, no, it hasn't changed, but I'll put a little caveat on that. So generally, we put gas in the ground when demand is lowest, ideally because the lower the demand, the lower the prices. That's the general philosophy. Historically, I've been around for a little bit, so generally it used to be fill everything up in the summertime, that's when the demand is the absolute lowest, and pull it out in the wintertime. We do see that demand has picked up a little bit in July and August, and that is that dual peak that's starting to occur with power generation. And so you'll see that we tend to shift some of our purchases, off of the peak of those the cooling season in the summertime. So you'll see more purchases from us in April, May, and June, and then you'll see us kind of pick back up more heavily in September, October, and even sometimes into November. So there is a slight shift, but the general philosophy is when demand is depressed, that's when we're filling because the prices are the lowest.
Thank you.
JP, just a question. A couple slides earlier, Dale Thomas with staff. A couple slides earlier, it said there were 4 transmission pipelines.
That is correct.
So I presume one of these 3 listed here is a double connection somewhere?
So this is our peak day, and what happens is on peak day, we actually replace one of the interstate interconnections with supply that comes from storage. Because it's storage that's here in Indiana, it's more reliable, and it has a lower price, which you'll see in a little bit. But this is a peak day supply. You'll see on a seasonal basis that changes a little bit. And so there's a difference between seasonal usage and peak day. So for example, on this slide, you can see that almost a third of the supply on the coldest day of the year is coming out of peaking. Generally, on a seasonal basis, November through March, you won't even see peaking on the graph because it doesn't represent enough supply to show up. And so the mix changes depending on whether it's the coldest day or if it's the entire winter season.
And this winter peak day planning that you're doing is for Citizens Gas proper, not Westfield or somebody else. It's a wholesale.
That's correct. So the supply that you're seeing here represents Citizens Gas proper, and it represents the retail customers, which are, again, by and large, residential and we'll say small commercial at this point.
Thank you.
So moving on to that winter planning, you'll see here, this is the supply mix for the entire winter. And so for the entire winter, about half of our supply comes from underground storage. And again, that was filled up in those low demand periods, and we're pulling it out in the higher demand periods on a day like today. About a little bit more than a half is gas that was hedged. So this is flowing gas supplies on interstate pipelines, and that is hedged financially. So again, those prices are locked in. You can see the prices on the chart as we have them. And then we leave about 20% that is left to float on an index. And we do this because you can't buy all of your gas for a normal winter in case it's slightly warmer than normal. So we do need some flexibility. But we hedge 80% of our normal demand for a winter. And that stabilizes our pricing for our customer. And you'll see that here in this slide. So on the left-hand side of the graph, the green bars.
JP, I'm sorry for jumping in.
Oh, no, please, Chair.
The total amount of hedging and other instruments that you're using actually are delivering a lower price than the index projection for this winter. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct, yes.
And I'm sorry, it looks like 20 or 30 cents lower. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that was at the time that we put these slides together, which was back at the very end of September. I can tell you that the market has increased over the last couple weeks, and so, of course, our 80% that is hedged and fixed is indeed fixed, but a small remainder, and the market is moving up a little bit currently.
And the amount that you got in storage, if if you don't wind up needing it because we don't have any peak days like what you're describing, how long, how much of that would get consumed without it being a peak day? Because that price is $290, is that right?
That is correct. And so one of two things will happen. If it was extremely warm, and this doesn't happen very often, but you could probably remember a winter at some point where you were in shorts in January. I know that doesn't happen often, but there's probably one in your history where that's happened. In a winter like that, we would just take that sub $3 storage gas and we would carry it over to next year, so it wouldn't get wasted. It'll be reused at a different point in time.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
So on the left-hand side of this chart, the green bars represent the wholesale market, and you can see the wholesale price has been pretty volatile over the last 5 years. The right-hand side, the blue side, represents our prices, or importantly, the bills to our customers. And you can see that they're more stable, and that's because of our hedging. So we're trying to remove the volatility for our customers and create a stable pricing environment for the residential customers. We'll come back to this in 2 slides, and you'll see we expanded that to look over a 10-year period, and you'll see that Citizens has been able to provide very stable prices over the last 10 years through our hedging programs. But if you take this current winter's bill and you look at what the projection is, and Jeff mentioned this in the beginning, our winter bill for this year is $452, is our projection for the average residential customer. I'd ask you to focus on the left-hand side first and the darker colored bars on the graph. Those are what we expect our customers to consume volumetrically, and that's what we expect our customers to pay from a bill perspective. We were asked to put I think it was just probably for uniform comparison, 1,000 decatherms for the winter. That's on the right-hand side, and you see those bars are a little bit lighter in the light blue. I do want to point out that you can use that for comparisons, obviously, across companies, but our customers won't consume 1,000 decatherms for the winter. They will only consume, again, slightly like 60% of that number. So again, the number that we look at for our customers is about $452 and a consumption of just under 600 decatherms for the winter. So Citizens has had pretty stable pricing over the last 10 years, and we're projecting again that to continue for the upcoming winter. Our bills for our typical residential heating customer ranges between $400 and slightly over $500, and again, that average is right in the mid $400 range. And again, you can see fairly stable prices. So, Chair Houston, you had a slide in your presentation back in September at an IEA forum, and I decided to crib it, so hopefully you're not too mad about it. And this was a comparison of all of the states, the 50 states in the U.S. and their average price per decatherm. And the last date that this data was available was 2023. And so, Chair Houston, I believe that your point was that Indiana has a pretty decent price relative to the rest of the country, and we wanted to put our price on there to see where we stood. And of course, I'm pleased to report that we stand pretty well compared to the average of the states in the United States. And so when you couple a low price or a relatively low price from Citizens with stability over the last 10 years, we feel that we're delivering affordable energy to our residential customers for heating their homes.
Well, JP, I don't mind you using any part of my presentation. The nightmare that Commissioner Valletta and I used to hear significantly was how the state of Oklahoma, who sits on top of huge amounts of gas, does not conduct its energy policy the same way in Indiana, where all of those instruments that you use for financial hedging also protect us from the volatility of an explosive market. They had to, unfortunately, bond their last polar vortex in the terms of like $4 billion simply because they had to pay spot market prices when they went through the ceiling. So I think that insurance helps keep customer prices reasonable, even compared to a state that sits on top of a natural resource without the same kind of transportation costs involved in Indiana. So I'm very glad that you used that. Thank you.
But of course, you know, there are going to be customers that struggle no matter what our prices are. And so I'm going to turn it back over.
That is true.
And I'm going to turn it back over to Jeff, and Jeff will talk about how we're assisting customers.
Before we do that, Jeff, JP, if I can ask you a question. I'm looking at your slide and compares, I think it's a couple back. It looks at the 442 for last year and the 452 for this year, right, which is an all-in bill. If you were to take the fuel cost comparison, the gas cost comparison off of that, what is your base bill doing over that period of time?
So our base rates.
Base rates with trackers, sure.
Sure. So our base rates are pretty flat. So our base rates have been flat for the period that was shown on the slides.
So that $10 is a result of the fuel differential over the 2 years?
That's correct.
Basically. Thank you.
Thank you, JP. And again, as you know, we focus on more than just safety, reliability that JP has just walked us through in our planning process. We also consider dependability and resilience, and also prioritize, again, affordability for our customers. So we'll walk through just a couple of slides on that. As previously mentioned, we're projecting that on average, as JP mentioned, monthly residential bills will stay about the same, stable over the 25-26 winter heating season. In addition, Citizens' natural gas bill is consistently among the lowest thus far in the state of Indiana. And again, great news for our customers. However, according to United Way, more than 241,000 households in central Indiana are living in or one emergency away from poverty. And so as our neighbors in need face rising costs in many aspects of their lives, Citizens is steadfastly committed to doing what we can to help, again, keep utility bills affordable. We're linking customers to information and resources, and also providing assistance where we can. The first step of our customers, for our customers, is to apply for the Federal Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, or EAP. And Citizens customers who are eligible or approved for EAP automatically also qualify for natural gas discounts ranging from 10 to 15%. And that's through our Universal Service Program. They also qualify for our Low-Income Assistance Program, or LICAP, which provides customers with a monthly credit on their bill, on their sewer bills. In program year 2025, Citizens customers received a little bit more than $2 million in EAP funds, or around $283 per customer. And again, with rising household costs that across the board, more customers are applying for EAP. And as you can see on the graph, the average funds per customer have remained stagnant over the last 3 years, or trending downward a bit over the last 4 years. However, Citizens has worked to bridge that gap by increasing the average Warm Heart, Warm Home grant to our customers. Citizens distributes grants to customers in need through our Warm Heart, Warm Home Foundation, which, as you recall, is funded in part by Citizens, our Home Serve partnership, and donations from customers and stakeholders, including our employees, members of our board of directors, members of our board of trustees. In program year 2025, Citizens provided more than $774,000 in Warm Heart, Warm Home grants. The graph on the screen illustrates the upward trend of Warm Heart, Warm Home funding per customer, which rose from $81 in 2022 to about $120 in 2025. And as part of these efforts to generate funds for Warm Heart, Warm Home, Citizens organizes events that take place over the course of the year. And through, thanks to the passion and generosity of everyone involved, including our staff, our 4 events this year have raised nearly $160,000. To help increase awareness and maximize utilization of available assistance resources, Citizens continues to strategically collaborate with other utilities and communities to amplify that message. On October 4th, we hosted our third Community Resource Day. By the end of that day that hosted the community, 730 guests had visited the event, and we distributed hundreds of free resources to attendees, in part to our partnership with the Indy Hygiene Hub. Also joining us at Community Resource Day were our collaborators in Utilities Unite for Customers campaign, AES, and United Way. Now, in our fourth year, Utilities Unite gives customer again a more complete picture of available energy assistance resources like EAP, Warm Heart, Warm Home assistance, AES's Power of Change Fund, and United Way's Winter Assistance Fund. Citizens is also working alongside our fellow Indiana Energy Association utilities who participate in the LIHEAP working group to coordinate the timing and content of social media posts focused on EAP to encourage customers to apply. And in addition to all of this, we also leverage our strong community relations that we've built over the last 5 years. We take our collaboration with Indy Hygiene Hub beyond Community Resource Day to provide care packages for customers in need. The care packages include general hygiene items and literature on utility assistance programs, and our field employees distribute these care packages when they encounter customers they feel are in need. And they also wear hats that bear the Warm Heart, Warm Home logo throughout the winter to start conversations with customers about any assistance they might need.
Jeff, it looks like Chairman Houston has a question.
I think was that left over from earlier? I don't know if he put his hand down.
It was left over. Sorry, Jeff.
Thank you. Thank you. In 2025, our team distributed more than 2,500 of these care packages to our customers. Through our Neighborhood Ambassador Program and our retiree program, we connect with customers in their neighborhoods and in their communities, sharing information in frequently visited facilities like grocery stores, food pantries, and community organizations, and as well as we make our employees available for neighborhood and community events. And since 2004, we've also run television campaigns, digital and print campaigns featuring our Ways to Save Man there on the left, a memorable character who informs, again, our customers on how to save on their bills while, again, doing so in a fairly lighthearted way. In conclusion, in today's presentation, we hope we've shown you how Citizens Energy Group takes a holistic approach to serving our natural gas customers during the coldest time of the year. Our infrastructure, our people, and our supply plans are prepared to reliably meet customer demand for natural gas, we believe, throughout this winter heating season. And with that, we'll ask if there are any other questions.
I don't think we have any questions.
I got a couple follow-ups, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Dale was asking you about the base bill for Citizens and additional trackers. You guys don't utilize the TDIS tracker, correct?
Excuse me. Citizens does not have a TDIS tracker.
And then you've talked about affordability. How does Citizens go about determining and assessing affordability?
So we look at share of wallet, and so...
Say that again, I'm sorry?
We look at share or percentage of wallet. So we try to look at how much are the utility bills impacting somebody's total pocketbook, if you will. And so I don't know the percentage off the top of my head, Jeff might, but we do look at that every year, and we actually, in fact, I think, if I remember, we're presenting to our board in December on that share of wallet, so those documents will be coming out. But we're trying to maintain, again, as low of a percentage as possible for our customers so that they can maintain their affordability.
Thank you.
Anthony, do you have any questions? Thank you. I don't think we have any other questions. Thank you, JP and Jeff.
Thank you.
We're going to recess until 1:30 for Wabash Valley. think we're ready to start.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Jeff Conrad, President and CEO of Wabash Valley Power Alliance, so appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys today. Do we have Chairman Houston join us
He's
online? All right.
He's on virtually.
Great.
If he has any questions, there's a little,
All right, we got a wave.
there's a little hand that shows up on the screen.
Yeah. Hey, I just wanted to wish him the best on retirement and just say thank you for your service, so.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Just a little intro here today. I'll cover a few slides. I got a team here with me today. I have Matt Moore, Executive Vice President of Power Supply. Albert Taylor is also with us, our VP of Generation. And like I said, I'll give you a little bit of an overview of Wabash Valley on a few brief slides, and then I'll let my team talk about where we're at and what we got going on. Let's see if this one, does this remote work?
Cassie?
I got it turned on or something? Oh, sorry. Awesome, thank you. There we go. This is part of our vision statement that we come along and help our members as far as grow and develop vibrant communities, that we want to stay focused. Our members are very much focused on communities, and we want to be a big part of making those communities vibrant. So that is part of our vision, and it keeps us focused. As far as Wabash Valley, a little bit of overview of us as far as location. We have 21 distribution members that we serve in 2 different states, and most of them are located in Indiana. We have 3 located in Illinois. Collectively, these cooperative members serve about 300,000 meters or 700,000 people. You can see we're heavily on the residential side. 93% of them are residential, obviously, and then 7% commercial and industrial. Financially, our board puts a strong emphasis on having a good financial health as an organization, incredibly important for us. Looking at our 24 numbers there, you can see we're just a little bit under $2 billion in assets, revenue just under $800 million. And then we do have a credit rating. Our rating is at A with Standard & Poor's, and we've got an outlook of stable. So real pleased with where we're at from a financial perspective. Just a little bit of an overview on our power supply portfolio. We have, for the longest time, had kind of a bedrock principle of diversity when we develop a power supply portfolio. Diversity includes a lot of different things. It includes having own generation, purchase power agreements, some of them cost-based, some of them fixed price, us jointly owning assets together with others, and different fuel types. And so you can see there on the left our fuel mix. We've got some coal, nuclear, natural gas, and renewable in there. I might mention on the natural gas piece, one thing we're really excited about is this year we jointly acquired St. Joseph, a combined cycle plant. We own 50% of that, and Hoosier Energy owns the other 50%, so that's in our mix now. And really pleased with that acquisition and that addition to our portfolio. Another thing that we're focused on that we're hoping to kicks in late this year or early next year, that's our substation battery program. That's something that would be new to us, and then we feel like be a great addition from a diversity standpoint. We don't have battery storage in our portfolio, so this will be, like I said, going back to the diversity piece, a good way to add some capacity to our portfolio. And we're working with our members on that at different co-op substations. And we've got load located in PJM and MISO, so a lot of the storage that we're going to first bring online will probably be in the PJM area, and then we'll get into some of our members that are located in MISO. So,
hey, Jeff, Dale Thomas with Commission staff. The substation battery systems that you're putting, are those funded by WVPA, or are they funded by the co-ops themselves?
They will be, actually we're going to do, I'll call PPA a BESS, we'll have an energy service agreement. So we'll have a long-term PPA with, and Wabash Valley will be paying that. So That is what I was going to cover at the outset. Let me hand it over to Matt Moore at this time. Here you go, Matt.
Okay, I just want to spend a couple minutes just discussing power cost trends, or at least what we're seeing. Obviously, as a generation and transmission cooperative, we're not on the retail side of the business directly, but we understand that. Closer to the mic. I am not good at this mic for some reason. Is that better? Not really. Put it right by my mouth. Okay. I'll stare at the microphone instead of up there, so I apologize. So I'm just recognizing that, as a generation and transmission cooperative, we're not directly in the retail business itself. But we understand that our wholesale costs to our members make up a considerable amount of their member co-op bill. So just real briefly, just looking at this year compared to last year, and specifically for the winter seasons, last year I would say it was somewhat regular or a normal season, and prices were around the $44 per megawatt hour on actuals. Heading into this winter, just looking at the bilateral contracts for the next 3 years or so, it's been a pretty significant uptick in comparison to how it settled last year. A big part of that, though, has been driven by recent weather forecasts that are suggesting, and I think, it's coming to fruition right now with the weather outside, a colder than average beginning to December, so it's driving up prices. The reason why we're highlighting this is, yeah, we're in the wholesale side of the business, but internally we have a pretty mature hedging program that we're typically hedged around 90% or so of all our energy needs from a fixed cost standpoint heading into any season, and that really goes out for about 3 years on our hedging program. So I hand it over to Albert.
Matt?
Yes, sir.
The prices that you have, those are energy-only prices, right?
Yep, that's just.
And are they similar for the forward market for PJM and for MISO?
As far as the near-term increase?
Yeah, I mean, you have 64, 67, for example, for the market. Is that a PJM? Is that a MISO price? Is that a?
Sorry, that's Indiana Hub 7x24.
Okay. Thank you.
Hopefully everyone can hear me. I'll talk into this now, learning as the others have gone. I'm going to address the specific plant winterization questions that this commission has asked, and some of the questions around fuel inventory. So for starters, all our plants that we own or co-own with our business partners have formal winterization plans, and we adhere to the NERC EOP 12-3 standard. Part of those include preseason meetings with staff and a review of all our winterization procedures and preventative maintenance activities. Those were all conducted and reviewed prior to this winter, and will be reviewed again prior to any extreme weather event that would approach the facilities themselves. And along with this, it also included wrapping up all our planned outages as of November 14th. Just in regard to all types of plants, when we're looking at prepping the facilities for cold weather operations, we talk in the summertime when we're here about keeping the heat out. Winter is the opposite. We want to keep the heat in. So we're checking all our louvers and doors and enclosures to make sure we've got those openings sealed off. We're checking our inventories for supplemental heating, whether that's the salamanders and heaters themselves or the fuel supplies, tarps, things of that nature. Plant folks will be inspecting the heat trace circuits, making sure those are functional. All piping, drains, instrumentation, that's a typical area that can trip you up if you have condensate in those instrumentation lines freeze. So those are checked and drained, and they'll be checked again, especially during events. Draining water lines, draining any of our traps on lines too. And then also checking our PPE for folks so that they can operate in these temperatures, cold weather clothing, that sort of thing. Heaters, we make sure we got cots and food stock in case they're going to be sequestered at the facilities during a long-term event, that they're ready to go and can continue to operate uninterrupted. We also take this time to build any scaffold or enclosures around areas that are typically prone to freezing that may not be enclosed inside a building. So fuel heaters, things of that, expo valve or equipment that's got to operate when it gets extremely cold, and you want to try to keep the ice off or to put some supplemental heat on that equipment. And then, we also make sure we've got snow removal contractors lined up and the necessary supplies, ice melt, those types of things, keep people safe and to keep the facilities open for operation. And those types of activities are typical of all plants. If we want to look at just some examples of different types, whether it's coal or natural gas, one of the things as coal plants is trying to prevent frozen coal. So we're checking the train sheds. We're making sure we've got equipment to bust that coal up on the pile. Also checking the environmental reagents, make sure those are not going to freeze up. On the natural gas plant side, duct bus heaters, those can get condensate in there as plants cycle on and off. So we need to make sure those heaters are functioning properly. So we're going to have shorts and take a plant down. Ammonia systems for SCR operation, and then combined cycles, our aux boilers, things that we can keep steam and water moving in the heat recovery steam generator so that we don't experience freeze up and any kind of pipe freezing and tubes busting. So that's kind of some of the specifics at the plants. I also wanted to address a tool that Wabash Valley had worked with ACES Power Marketing, our partner, on identifying extreme weather events that were headed our way, and then not just focusing on localized weather forecasts, but looking across multiple RTO markets, looking at temperatures in major cities. And when I say this tool looks out, we're looking at Dallas, we're looking at Minneapolis, we're looking at other areas that might be within the RTO footprints far outside our local area, but that are going to dictate what's coming our way or might influence gas pricing and supply, those types of things. And it's a pretty good indicator that gets us a head start on prepping for these extreme weather events. It also looks at the total amount of generation in the RTO footprints and wind and peak load forecasts to try to give a criticality factor and give us some visibility into these coming events beyond just what you might see on the local weather forecast. And that's been very helpful the last year or two, just getting our internal teams mobilized and ready to respond quicker. And speaking of such, so as we've got an extreme weather event coming, communication and increasing that communication is a big part of what we do. We'll start talking with local authorities. If we've got plants that are in rural areas, we need to make sure that we can get priority on snow removal so operators can get in and out. We're communicating with our natural gas fuel suppliers on pipeline conditions and availability of supply. Plant folks are revisiting their winter prep plans and walking down the facilities and make sure everything's in operating order. And then we just make sure we got staff ready, whether it's HQ or, again, the plant folks themselves, and if they're ready and properly staffed and in a position to possibly have to stay at the facility. And then likewise during an event, same type of increased communication and constant communication with the RTOs, with our contractors, with our fuel suppliers, and then with internal staff. And as necessary, Wabash has an emergency power supply plan that outlines different steps that need to be taken by our own staff, by our plants, and by our co-ops that we serve. And if we need to implement that, then we will. Just depends on the particular event. So just move on to fuel. I kind of was highlighting increased communication with natural gas. Normal conditions, nominating gas for gas plants is not normally anything that's tricky or difficult to do. It's when we start to get extreme cold throughout the Midwest. Pipelines, might issue flow orders. The way you have to move the fuel that you need might be dictated that it's hourly, it's a certain amount. It's hard to economically dispatch and offer plants when you've got a fuel supply that is fixed. So those are challenges that we tend to see occurring more and more during the winter. We like to kind of joke at the office, it's always over a holiday, right? It's got to be a 4 or 5 day gas trading period, which makes it difficult to look out farther. That seems to be the experience here lately. But we work very closely with fuel suppliers to make sure that we can manage around these types of events and that we have what we need lined up, and then we'll work with how we have our plants set up to be offered. Now, MISO has been working with stakeholders here of late to try to look at a multi-day commitment whereby instead of just day-ahead markets, they're going to look out for several days to hopefully work with folks to have fuel lined up ahead of time. That's a challenge during the winter when you know, you're not sure your plant's going to clear, but you may be in a situation like if it's a holiday weekend where you've got to buy gas ahead of time for 4 or 5 days. Those two things aren't aligned. So MISO's starting to recognize that and work on a process. So time will tell, but hopefully some good will come out of that as the two different markets try to work together.
Albert?
Yes, sir.
Almost all of your plants, if not all of them, are joint venture or joint owned, right? I mean, does Wabash Valley manage any of their own plants?
We do have one large peaking plant in Terre Haute that's solely owned by Wabash, but you're correct. A lot of our gas plants and our other coal facilities are jointly owned.
So can you talk a little bit about how you and your joint owners manage some of the, I presume, challenges of managing jointly? But, or, you know, in terms of gas supply or
specific to fuel supply, sure, I can. Both, you know, a good example, we co-own Holland Energy and St. Joe with Hoosier Energy. And, you know, we've divvied up various business functions between the different companies and have formed teams. So we have a gas committee that operates under our joint ownership arrangement at both of those facilities. And I happen to be on that gas committee, so I feel like I can speak to this. But those folks will work together. We tend to work with fuel suppliers that have the best position on a particular pipe that our facilities are located, and we'll be utilizing their firm transport or their storage. That's been key to getting fuel when we need it. I think we've had one instance in the history, and that's a single Wabash-owned facility where we couldn't get gas molecules, and that was Storm Elliott when the Rex pipeline force majeure was called. But typically, it's not about getting those molecules. We've suppliers and our teams work very well on NOM and gas and can get it there. It's just what's the price, right, under those extreme weather events. Sometimes the price, you know, exceeds what the power markets are going to cover. So that makes it tricky to make sure you're serving load if you've got resources that could be sidelined for economics, not necessarily the physical delivery. In St. Joe's case, the plant we just procured here earlier this year, it did come with firm transport that we own. They're also located probably the largest gas storage area in the U.S. in Michigan there, and it's in close proximity, so you don't see the price volatility up there and the delivery issues like we might see in Illinois for our Holland facility on NGPL. But we do have to manage around those flow orders, and we will manage around that through our market offers typically.
Okay, and so the operating functions at the plant or at the site or at the ordering desk, for that matter, are laid out to where you have all the authority that you need to accomplish those things.
Correct, sir. No other questions. I think we probably covered that. Again, natural gas is difficult because you can't store it on site, and that makes it problematic in extreme cold. With respect to coal, you know, we've got a joint-owned facility here in Indiana. Going into the winter, they typically target 60 days just to have reserves on the ground for those cold weather months where you may have rail disruptions. At the time these slides were prepared, there were 48 days on the pile, moving up towards that target. The last report I saw since these slides were submitted, it's at 52 days. So climbing towards that 60-day target, but we'd like to keep it in that 45 to 60-day range. For our Illinois facility, they maintain at least 30 days above ground. That's a mine mouth, so there's no delivery as far as rail or truck goes. It comes right out of the mine, and that 30 days is targeted as if what's the worst case belt failure in the mine. How long could it be down not to get the fuel out? So their target, you know, is 30, and they're at that mark, so looking good. And again, natural gas, you know, we can't store it, but we tend to work with large suppliers that have strong positions on the various pipelines and utilize their facilities. And with that, I'll hand it back to Matt.
Okay, I'll finish up this conversation by addressing some of the questions related to our observations of the MISO seasonal accreditation construct, as well as identify our capacity position heading into this winter. So just for briefly, a few items, just starting 1 and 2, that's really resource-related and reserve-related. For this winter, after the auction cleared, our actual reserve margin requirement ended up being just over 23%. And the other observation, too, is solar accreditation. We have a little over 200 megawatts of solar under contract through PPA. We virtually receive zero amount of credit for those facilities. And that's going through that process that must identify what resources available during critical hours. These last 3 items, it's been a learning process, I would say. So the 31-day outage, really there's a rule with MISO. If you have an outage over 31 days, there's a penalty associated with that, or you have the option to purchase replacement capacity. Prior to the seasonal construct, bilateral capacity markets were somewhat illiquid. They've remained that way, and especially replacement capacity. We've had challenges identifying that at times that we've needed it. But on a longer-term basis, as MISO evolves into, I'll call it their next phase of accreditation methodology, which is direct loss of load, it does create some more uncertainty for us in looking into the future from a planning perspective to really understand exactly what's a good number, if you will, for the accreditation for all of our resources that we own today and any potential new resources that we would buy or build in the future. And then finally, just wanted to touch on going into this winter, and then really, I would say any season out into the early 2030s, we are forecasting or expect to have enough capacity to cover each season. And what's pictured here is effectively on both sides, we have about 1,100 megawatts of winter capacity and around 1,100 megawatts of total responsibility in MISO alone, so we have sufficient capacity. What's not pictured here is our PJM responsibilities, where roughly 10% of our load is. That is under contract, full requirements contract, really through 2034. So, through the early 2030s, both in MISO and PJM, we've got our capacity responsibilities covered based off our current forecast.
So how are you guys How are you guys maximizing the St. Joe opportunity with it kind of being stuck on the PJM side presently?
So I would say that the maximization is happening by default with where the prices are for the capacity market within PJM. And our expectation is, I think it's December 17th, so in a couple of weeks, that market will also clear at where it cleared at just a few months ago, the 333, in that range. I can't remember the exact number, but it's by default. Yeah, it's been a very timely purchase.
So you guys are basically just monetizing it through the auction?
Yep. Good question. And I think that brings us to the end of our discussion.
Anthony, do you have any questions? I don't think we have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is IMPA. Good afternoon. I think your slide deck is up, so whenever you're ready.
Are we on? Yes. We are. Are we on? Are we good? Okay. We will start simply. I am Carolyn Wright, Vice President of Government Relations for IMPA. With me are Joe Schmidt, our Executive Vice President, Generation and Electrical Engineering, and Kyle Briette. He is our Senior Vice President of Market Operations and Planning. So they'll take all the complicated questions and the technical questions. We'll start out and do a brief overview of IMPA, walk through our resources, our portfolio, touch on our rates, talk about the MISO PJM markets, and obviously talk about what our winterization actions are for the 25-26 winter season. IMPA is a wholesale component to the municipal electric utility picture through our generation assets, purchase power contracts. We deliver to our member communities and our utilities the power. Our system load is approximately 1,200 megawatts total. We are an interesting organization formed as a joint action agency by the legislature in 1980. At that point in time, we had 11 municipal electric communities, and we are currently serving approximately 350,000 people in 61 communities in both Indiana and Ohio. Our mission in life, we were created by those 11 original utilities to have economies of scale in our power supply, to construct, finance, and have a reliable and low-cost power supply for them. As I said, we are a creature of state statute, not-for-profit utility, political subdivision of the state of Indiana. As I said, also, we are an interesting organization. The generation transmission component is IMPA, and the distribution component, the retail end of it, is our municipal electric utilities, who ultimately distribute that power to their residents, businesses, and industry. And we also operate in both the MISO and the PJM markets. This gives you a better visual of where we are, north, south, east, and west, along with our generation assets. We do believe that our wholesale rates are among the lowest in the state, and we are a financially strong organization with over $500 million in annual revenues, $2 billion in assets, and strong Wall Street ratings. I'm going to turn it over to Joe and Kyle for the next several slides.
Thank you, Carolyn. This next slide shows IMPA's portfolio of generation resources. Like other partners that have presented here, we do value having a diversified portfolio with different fuel sources. Listed here, I'll just go through them briefly. The Gibson Station, we own 156 megawatts of output from that Unit 5, and we co-own that with Duke Energy Indiana and Wabash Valley Power Alliance. We also own 164 megawatts of output at Trimble County. There are 2 units there that we jointly own with LG&E and Illinois Municipal Electric Agency. The Prairie State Energy Campus is located in Illinois. We own 200 megawatts of output from that plant. There are also 2 units there. That, as you've heard previously mentioned, is a mine mouth plant, so the mine is adjacent to the power plant, and there's presently a 30-year supply of coal, or I guess as of 2012, there was a 30-year supply of coal underground, and then as has been mentioned, they have a coal inventory above ground as well. The Whitewater Valley Station, there's 2 units there of approximately 100 megawatts of output. That's owned by the city of Richmond, and we took operational control of that in 2014 and have operated that generally as a peaking unit when loads are higher. We do have some peaking stations that are natural gas or fuel oil. We own 7 combustion turbine units of approximately 400 megawatts of output. 3 of those are dual fuel units in Anderson, Indiana. 2 are dual fuel units in Richmond, Indiana, and 2 are natural gas units in Indianapolis at a site that is, we have a partnership with AES where they own 2 units and they operate and maintain that site. We also have a wind purchase agreement. The wind farm is located in DeWitt County, Illinois. And we also have a strong solar presence. If you looked at slide 4, you can see our solar parks throughout the state. We have 54 solar parks presently online in 31 of our member communities, and about 211 megawatts of nameplate capacity. And we also have a purchase power agreement for another 150 megawatts of wind out of the RATS solar site in Pike County, Indiana.
Along with Duke Energy Indiana and Wabash Valley, we are joint owners in the transmission system as well. And we own about just over 5.5% of the transmission system. Now I'll hand it over to Kyle to talk about our fuel source mix.
Thank you. So going to the next slide, we'll cover what our energy fuel sources look like. This was 2024 actual numbers. You saw this, if you remember from the summer presentation, not much has changed. In fact, nothing has changed on this slide. It just kind of highlights our diversity. Still pretty heavy, 51.7% in coal. On the energy side, nuclear is a piece from our long-term agreement we have with I&M off their Cook nuclear plant, as well as natural gas and renewables. Going to the next slide, you could see on an ICAP basis what our fuel mix looks like. Again, renewables are about 25% of our portfolio on an ICAP basis, but again, with the lower capacity factor, we don't see that being a significant part of our winter supply. Changing gears a little bit to look at our rates. As we mentioned before, we are the wholesale provider for our municipal member utilities. So they're on the retail side, but the wholesale rates do make up a lot of what those retail rates look like. So going back to 2025, we were able to lower rates to almost 5% on a wholesale basis and kind of give some savings to our member communities. This year we'll have a slight increase. Again, we value rate stability for our members and ultimately their customers. So even though it is an increase, it is a small and kind of a necessary increase. Overall, between those two wholesale driving factors, we see approximately a small decrease impact to the retail side for the winter months in terms of last year, looking at last year into this year. So these rate decrease and I guess the increase that we saw this year is primarily driven by the purchase power costs that we've seen, as well as the impact to our energy cost adjustment. With that, I'll turn it back to Joe.
Can you help me understand a little bit those first two decks, the first two rows that you have there where it talks about January 26 having a 2.7% wholesale increase and then your retail, or the retail customers and your members going down 0.8?
Yes. So that 0.8% so because we set rates on a yearly basis, and so you have our rates for the year in 2025 impact the winter for this year. So you get a blend of those two, that almost 5% decrease and the 2.7% increase ultimately impact that small decrease for this winter.
So it hasn't rolled in yet.
Right. Yes, thank you.
So with our diversified portfolio, we do try to balance affordability with reliability. We feel that this is our obligation, not just during the winter months, but during each season. And we feel like our mission of low-cost, reliable, and environmentally responsible power supply for our members aligns with the 5 pillars of affordability, reliability, resilience, stability, and environmental sustainability. And we've had this as our mission since our inception for over 40 years ago. Generally, winter preparedness, we are obviously located in the Midwest, so we prepare and deal with winter events on an annual basis. Sometimes winter comes in November, sometimes it lasts until March, so we're kind of used to dealing with these things. All of our generating units are enclosed and have been designed for the ambient conditions of the geographic location. We do perform year-round maintenance on all facilities, and we have increased staff levels over the last year and a half or so at our combustion turbine sites to cover the increased demands and running hours that we've seen at those sites. As far as outages on our units, those should all be wrapped up by December 15th. And we have one ending in Anderson, should be this week. We have seen with the tighter reserve margins, it's been a little more difficult to get outages in the spring and fall seasons due to the needs for our units in the PJM market.
As I recall correctly, or hopefully correctly, in the past, IMPA was building their service corp to help their members more in terms of the distribution side, engineering, design, that sort of thing. Does that also fold into like operational support to the distribution or the distribution members through the service corp that you guys help facilitate, kind of a, I guess I'll call it a local mutual support kind of organization?
Yes, so we do have a service corps, which is essentially a team of engineers and operational people. So we have lineman crews that work throughout the state. We do have 15 members that we have maintenance agreements with, and we actually operate and maintain their systems on their behalf. Predominantly our smaller members. You know, we have some members that have as few as 250 meters in their community, so it's difficult for them to attract and retain line crews when they only have 250 meters. So we do provide that service to those members through a maintenance agreement, and then any other members that need assistance, we provide that either through our service corps or through mutual aid from other communities. So our communities are very active in supporting each other when they have needs. Coal inventories. So all of our coal units have over 25 days of coal inventory. Whitewater in Richmond has 25 days. Prairie State, as of our report, has 55. Trimble County has 42. And Gibson inventory grew since Albert's report from 48 to 51 days. So I think we took a different snapshot in time for ours. But point being, we are comfortable with the coal resources that we have available at our coal plants. Natural gas, we are relying on pipeline availability and natural gas local distribution for that. So as Albert mentioned, there are challenges sometimes with the timing or holiday weekends and the market there. But our Market Operations Center and Kyle work through that as they come up. The combustion turbines that we have at Anderson and Richmond are dual fuel, so we do have several days of fuel on site stored. Last winter, we did see a few hours at Anderson and then similarly at Richmond where we ran on fuel oil when either the pricing dictated or there was an operational flow order on the gas, and then there's a couple hours on each unit for testing as well on fuel oil. So overall, we have 85% of our fuel types available for winter generation. We have completed our fuel surveys for MISO and PJM. We have gas agreements and pipeline access in place. In the event of severe weather, we do communicate continually with staff and the natural gas suppliers in advance of an event. When PJM has a cold weather alert, we do move to a 24-hour staffing at our combustion turbine sites so that there's people available for short lead time run calls, and they are prepared for those. And then we coordinate daily with the natural gas providers on schedule availability. We also have formal winter weather and event checklists and plans and procedures. We've worked through those, and our staff is prepared from that standpoint. Prior to cold weather outbreaks, we monitor, obviously, the weather, RTO notifications. We make sure staff has the proper procedure and that there's staff lined up. And if we need to add additional staff in severe weather events, we have additional staff available to support our operations staff at the plants. We also communicate with our members as needed. Our emergency contacts for IMPA and each member community are on hand with the Indiana Department of Homeland Security. And then our local utilities have a relationship with the local law enforcement and emergency personnel in each community. So our peaking, and we have seen at our peaker plants an increase in run times, especially in the shoulder months. For example, in September, we ran 20 out of 30 days, and we ran 27 out of 31 days in October. Historically, in the winter, we've seen our capacity factor about 7%, the last 2 winters at our Anderson and Richmond combustion turbine sites, but we are ready to run when called upon, and we have made the proper staffing modifications as needed, as weather dictates.
So Joe, what kind of capacity factor did that give you in September? For the CTs, that's incredible.
Yeah, it was up over 20%, I believe. So, yeah.
So shifting gears, kind of addressing, our observations on the MISO's PRA, especially focusing on winter and spring capacities, their market. So just looking at RA hours and MISO's resource adequacy hours, and we see that those are more weighted towards their traditional peak months, and really when months that cooling load is likely, so air conditioning load. So a lot of the annual hours are focused on basically May through early October when the weather is hot. So less than 3% of the RA hours are observed in the December-January timeframe for that 3-year historical period that MISO looks at, and primarily they're weighted towards Winter Storm Elliott specifically. So again, extreme winter events can happen, and I'm sure we'll see them over the next few years, and those are really the only times that you see kind of those RA hours pop up in MISO. We're also seeing that the outage season as well as the cooling season overlap, so I'm talking September, October timeframe. As those baseload units start to take their fall outages, but the weather is still hot, that's when you start to see more reliability RA hours come into play. So you could see that the fall season experienced twice as many RA hours compared to the spring season. And again, those spring season hours were really focused on May only. Some other challenges that we've observed is the year-over-year planning reserve margin changes in MISO, and the lack of a long-term forecast of those planning reserve margins make it difficult to really make long-term decisions in terms of, what is that accreditation going to look like? What is our load obligation going to look like in the out years from a planning perspective, as well as what was mentioned earlier and with Wabash's presentation is that the upcoming change in accreditation methodology, that's going to cause a major shift in the market as well. I believe that's coming in 2028. So with that, just to wrap up, so all our preparations have been made for the 2025-26 winter, including fuel supply adequacy. We've completed planned and maintenance outages, or will complete planned and maintenance outages, and all the checks we're ensured that reliability is good to go for our customer base. So any other questions, we'll take those now.
Anthony, do you have any questions? Thank you. I don't think we have any more questions. Thank you for coming this afternoon.
Thank you, and we do want to give a brief shout out to Chairman Houston for his service, and we've enjoyed working with you, Jim, over the years, and we will miss you. Good luck.
Thank you, Carolyn.
We're running a little ahead of schedule, but next up is Hoosier Energy. Looks like your slide deck is ready, so if you want to go ahead and start.
Thank you. Chairman Houston, Commission, we appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today. Joining me is Rob Horton, Hoosier Energy's Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer, and I'm Donna Walker. I'm the CEO of Hoosier Energy. A little bit about our members. We have a commitment to serve our members, which began back in 1949, and with our current long-term contracts in place with our members to 2060, that gives us well over 100 years of serving Southern Indiana. Our 17 member systems who own us are located throughout the southern half of the state, serving the rural territories, and also we have a member that's located in southeastern Illinois. We are a member of both MISO and PJM, but predominantly most of our activity is in the MISO footprint. We own over 1,700 miles of high-voltage transmission lines. We also own over 300 transmission station delivery points for our member systems. That may be a little bit different. We own all of the substations that serve our members, and we operate and maintain those on their behalf. Our all-time system peak is just over 1,800 megawatts. And the last item there that you'll notice, we mentioned that we've returned patronage capital back to our members. What that represents is, as a non-for-profit electric cooperative, any net income or margins that we earn are retained at the Hoosier Energy level for a period of years, and then we return those back in cash to our member systems. And so we've been doing that, making annual return to our members since the year 2000, and that's well over $200 million that's gone back to our member owners since then. When we look at our member system service territory profile collectively, our members are about 56% residential, 30% industrial, 13% commercial. And I think it's important to note that when you look at the industrial composition of the members' service territories, there's a lot of diversity there. So it's not concentrated in any one particular business or industry. So there's quite a variety there across southern Indiana. Also, when you look at our member systems themselves, no single member represented more than 10% of our total sales in 2024. These metrics have been very consistent over the past several years for us, and it's provided a lot of stability in terms of revenue stream for us. So as we look at our capacity position as we head into this winter season, we have capacity resources that are both owned and contracted, and they're located within MISO as well as PJM. And we've shown here our member load requirements, that forecast, and that includes the required planning reserves from a MISO standpoint. And so we've shown that for all 4 seasons. That kind of ties in what you've heard from others, from Wabash and EMPA, as far as the seasonal requirements that MISO imposes upon all of us. And so as we head into the winter, you can see that our accredited capacity among all of our resources is sufficient to meet our forecasted member load requirements, including the reserves. Because we tend to be more of a winter peaking system as far as our load at the present time. We've kind of gone back and forth over the years, but most recently we've been winter peaking. We tend to do a lot of our planning to make sure that we have what we need in winter, which is our highest need season. And so you'll see that that can result in a little bit of length in the summer and the fall and the spring. And I think that over time, as the MISO market evolves and there's more opportunity to buy more resources on a seasonal basis, that you'll see more of those aligned. But we do have a little bit of length there in the non-winter season. A little bit about our resource portfolio transition that we've been sharing with you over the past few years. Back in 2019, Hoosier and our member systems undertook really a year-long planning process to take a look at what we wanted our resource portfolio of the future to look like. And coming out of that year-long process, we decided that we really wanted to be more diversified for the long term. And that was really driven by wanting to have a portfolio that was low cost, stable, predictable, and environmentally sustainable, as well as diversified. And so where we started that process, we started from a position where coal represented nearly 3/4 of our power supply, and that was in large part from 1 generating station, 2 units. That's a lot of concentration risk for us and our size. Where we're projected to be in 2029, we're projected to have 33% of our energy requirements being supplied by nuclear, and that represents our joint participation in the offtake from the restart of the Palisades nuclear facility in Covert, Michigan. We're doing that along with another G&T located in the state of Michigan. Palisades is a phenomenal resource. It's the world's first restart of a decommissioned nuclear power plant, and it is on schedule to start generating electricity early next year. It's already considered an operating facility by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Obviously, they're still going through their outage as far as the restart outage, so it's not producing megawatts today, but it will be in the next few months, so we're super excited about that. Also, you can see we're expanding our natural gas resources, And I think the story here is that there's a lot of diversity that underlies that 48%. That's a combination of owned combined cycle facilities. We co-own, as you heard earlier from Wabash, the Holland facility located in Illinois, as well as the St. Joseph's facility that we both jointly purchased earlier this year, located in northern Indiana. It also includes our 2 existing peaking stations in Lawrence County and also in Worthington, Indiana. I think it's important to also note that all of our natural gas facilities, those are all owned or jointly owned, they all sit on different gas pipelines. So we don't have any particular concentration risk to having a single pipeline serve multiple facilities. So we think that that will serve us really well from a reliability standpoint. So to speak to some of the specific questions that you had in mind, we'll talk a little bit about our wholesale cost trends. And so when we think about, we provide the power supply transmission substation service to our member distribution cooperatives, and they in turn provide the retail distribution service to the end member consumers. And our costs represent, on average, about 75% of the members' total cost of supplying power. So it's significant to them. When we look at where we were a year ago and our costs for this year, our overall average wholesale cost to members is going to be about 2% lower than we were a year ago. As we look at where we think we're going to be coming up in 2026, we anticipate that we're going to see stability at that level. And so that's the overall wholesale cost trend for us. Our cost and our wholesale cost in general tend to be driven by market conditions, which is something that you've heard about before. And the primary near cost driver for us over the next few years is an outlook for rising MISO transmission cost. As more investments are made in the bulk power system grid, and we are responsible for a share of those. So that's one of our fastest growing costs and something that we're definitely mindful of. And also just the fact that the regional regional power supply situation is pretty tight now. That offers a lot of opportunity for some volatility in cost there. From an overall cost standpoint, we think we're in fairly good position because we are so hedged with our resources that we already have in place, and we don't have a lot of market exposure to fill any open needs. Also, no surprise that we're seeing inflationary impacts across every area of our business. It costs more for everything that we do to build, operate, maintain substations, transmission facilities, as well as maintain our generation facilities, as well as lead times for those parts and pieces we see are extending. When we look at particular winterization readiness for this winter, we continue to maintain and update our annual generation and transmission preparedness plan. That's something that covers all of our generating stations as well as our transmission system. And we also coordinate that closely with our member systems. So we're in constant communication with our members to make sure that the entire network is ready to go for the winter, and that we're in contact if unusual circumstances do pop up in terms of winter weather and conditions. We conduct coordinated meetings across our generating facilities. We have an internal fuels team. We also work with our industry partners and our joint owners. So with Wabash Valley as an example and our jointly owned facilities, and you heard from them earlier. We also undertake physical preparations at each of our generating facilities on an annual basis, and those take place throughout the fall, getting ready for the winter. And those include automatically generated preventive maintenance notifications to make sure that we're doing everything that we need to do on a consistent basis year to year to be ready for the winter season. When we do see extreme weather coming up in the forecast, we have, and we expect that to impact our footprint. Again, we are in contact with our generating facilities to make sure that we understand current operating conditions and anything that may have changed there so that we can manage that and be mindful of that and be ready to go. And then we also have a portal that we open up with our member systems. So if there is expected to be an energy emergency or tight conditions on the MISO footprint, we have an open portal so that we're sharing that in real time with our member systems, and they are ready to go with anything that they may need to do on the load side of things. So it's something that we have in place and that we test and that we've actually put into practice in a few winters past. Regarding fuel availability and the reliability planning around that, I've already mentioned that we have diversification across the fuel supply for our natural gas facilities. And we also look at our short-term and long-term supply agreements to head into a particular season. So if I think about it, the power supply or the fuel supply, excuse me, for our natural gas generating facilities, we look at the conditions on the pipeline. We're in communication with the pipeline suppliers around that. We understand that there can be times, for example, on certain pipelines where home heating will take precedence over electricity generation. We understand when that can happen and what our backup plans are around that and how that can impact our power supply. So we're very coordinated there. From an affordability standpoint, we hedge our expected natural gas needs for our members' requirements. We do that about a year and ahead of time. So we try to make sure that we're financially hedged, and again, that's with the mindset of providing stable, predictable rates for our members. We also, as we've expanded our natural gas generating facilities, we continue to develop and broaden our relationships with potential natural gas suppliers to power that fleet. Where we stand with our maintenance outages as we head into the winter, when we shared this report with you, we were anticipating that our Worthington Unit 1 would be back in service on Monday, and we had a bit of a delay in some of the parts we needed, so that should be back online this weekend, so just a few days delay, but it's in good shape to be back in line in the next few days. All of our other fall maintenance activities were completed by mid-November, so our remaining facilities are all ready to go. And for perspective, our Worthington Unit 1 would represent about 40 megawatts of our total portfolio there. You heard about this. One of the things that we would echo with what you've heard from Wabash and EMPA is that, outage planning and the seasonal accreditation risk that MISO's new view of things imposes makes it really complex to plan for the future. So we're all dealing with that and trying to schedule when you're going to take planned outages so that you don't get an accreditation hit and a financial hit the following year is a big challenge, but we're all juggling that as best we can right now. So we think that from a standpoint on market reforms at MISO and some of the adequacy, seasonal construct related items, we think that if there were market compensation mechanisms that could address reliability risk and compensate generators for their contribution to the system, we think that that would be very helpful for both a real-time and long-term planning horizon perspective. I would say that I would think that some of the steps that MISO has taken to look at seasonal accreditation are a step in the right direction. We would just like to see that fine-tuned into the future. And then we also do recognize that MISO's practices and views have been evolving to make sure that there is adequate resource capability across the footprint. So, we're appreciative of that. When we think about where the planning reserve requirements are, one of the things that MISO takes a look at to ensure that there are adequate resources across all seasons, you can see a comparison of what the planning reserve requirements were across the seasons a year ago, where we are as we head into this year, and where we think the indicative reserve margin will fall for next year. So I would say that you might think it's a little bit surprising in that the spring is so high from a reserve requirement, but we've got to do outages sometime. And so I think that's where predominantly most of the outages for the generation fleet across the footprint fall. And so you're seeing that reflected there. I do think these are in the right direction. We need to make sure that, from the standpoint that an extreme weather circumstance that could impact both load and the generating resources and transmission grid would fall in the winter and what the public implications of that could be. I think having the higher reserve margin in the winter makes a lot of sense. But this is what we're planning towards, and our resources have been planned to make sure that we're meeting these reserve requirements. Firm fuel supply, I would love to say that there is such a thing as firm fuel for natural gas. It does not exist. It's not a guarantee, but to the extent that we can firm up our natural gas fuel supplies, we do that, and we try to do that as best we can. We do not have any on-site physical storage, given the strategic locations of our facilities on and around natural gas pipelines. But we do continue to work with the pipeline providers to make sure that we do have adequate capability to supply our generating units. And this is something that probably sounds like a broken record to you at this point in time, but the mismatch between the electric power and the natural gas market days really pose not only, I think, undue reliability issues that don't need to be there, but they also pose an issue from a financial and affordability standpoint. Again, when you have to make commitments to buy gas and you don't know if your unit's going to run or not from the MISO market, that can pose a lot of risk to our member consumers in rural southern Indiana and southeastern Illinois. So that is very much something that we would love to see progress on. We understand that's going to take cooperation from the natural gas industry, which has been hard to nudge forward. But we're not going to give up hope on that one. We've been talking about that one for probably 12, 13 years now. And I'll probably be talking about it until I retire. All right. With that, that's our prepared remarks. We're happy to answer any questions or take any comments that you would have for us.
No, thanks, Donna. Real quick, in your wholesale cost trends, you noted that near-term cost driver is MISO transmission projects. Are those known projects or anticipated projects? And can you give me kind of a color of what magnitude you're thinking about there?
Yes, they're known projects as far as what MISO has announced in its tranche awards. And so there's not a lot of, beyond that, there's not a lot of speculation that we're assuming that they're going to continue to invest more. It's really what they've announced. From order of magnitude, when you look out over the next 5 years from where we are today, transmission costs currently represent about 14% of our total cost of providing power to our members. And we could see those costs increase by over 30%. So it is significant.
Chairman Houston, looks like your hand's up.
Yeah, Donna, thank you very much for all the great work that you've done today, but also wanted to compliment you on your leadership of the 21st Century Energy Policy Development Task Force and the task force that Governor Braun has put together. Your service to the state extends way beyond Hoosier Energy, and I just wanted to say thank you for that. If I got it in a nutshell, you're going to be able to take care of your customers' needs this winter, plus the reserve margin, correct?
That is correct. And Chairman Houston, thank you so much for the kind comments, and we wish you all of the best as you leave the commission as well, and have really appreciated working with you and appreciate your leadership.
Well, thank you, Donna, very much. And along the same lines, though, that Rich was asking you about, so did I hear it correctly that you could potentially see a 30% increase in transmission costs based on what is being planned or what is currently actually being funded?
What's currently planned by MISO. So based on their announcements and what they say will be taking place, if we look at our share of the cost of that, it would be about 30%. And I would just say, when we looked at national trends from the EIA, you see the similar trend on a national basis across the country as far as transmission costs increasing by over 30% over the next 5 years. So this is something from an affordability standpoint as a nation we really need to address.
Yeah, and I know that you're the GNT for the REMCs, but have they broken that out as to what that's going to look like on a residential level over the horizon?
I don't believe that, I'll speak for them, although I probably shouldn't. I don't believe that they've done that at the retail level. They tend to look at our total rate and our total cost profile. And so while our future outlook is, I think the portfolio we've put together from a power supply standpoint is going to serve us really, really well Transmission is a challenge. So there's some other things for us individually as a GNT for our power network that can help mitigate that. When you just look at the transmission cost component, that itself is 30%.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anthony, do you have any questions? Thank you. We don't have any other questions.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I think we're ready to get started whenever you're ready.
Okay, good afternoon. We're here today representing the small gas companies. I'm John Stenger with Ohio Valley Gas.
I'm Phil Ross with Midwest Natural Gas, Indiana Natural Gas.
Thank you, Phil. Yeah, I would mention there's now, I guess, 3, 4, 8 of us listed on the screen. We're getting smaller in numbers. We have a pending case that will reduce our 3 companies down to 1 at some point. So I would welcome you to ask questions at any point as we go through the presentation. Customer bill trends talk about that the market continues to be fairly stable. I'll show a NYMEX chart here in a second of the close, but it continues to be in the historical range of the past 20 years. Higher gas storage inventories are keeping prices down, and also the gas drilling rig count seems to be lowering, but our inventory doesn't get any smaller. So obviously those numbers of rigs are more productive than in the past. How does this affect small gas companies? We expect our rates as a group to be a little bit higher this winter season than they were last year. Part of that's due just to natural fluctuations in the GCA cost. But also overall it looks like we'll be anywhere from flat to maybe single-digit increases over the next few months in the small gas companies. You'll notice the chart on the right side, the NYMEX history. It's been pretty much in the $2 and $3 range this year. I don't expect, just referencing 2024, that we're going to see the $1 or even the low $2 gas prices here in the near future. I talked about the settlement. One thing that I think is great about gas costs, you'll notice over the last 15 years, our average gas cost for the NYMEX close has been around $3.30. And you'll see a note there at the bottom of the slide that inflation since 2011 has been 44% in total. So gas prices have done a pretty nice job of staying reasonable over the last 15 years. We did have some spikes a couple years ago where you saw some spot prices go up over $10, but significantly everything stayed pretty much in that $3 to $4 range over the last several years. Talking about firm pipeline capacity, that's an issue I think that we all worry about in today's world. But we're blessed here in Indiana. We have a lot of pipelines crossing through the state that gives us the opportunity to stay stable. I would mention that we all have firm contracts. You know, you can get cheaper pricing with some interruptible contracts, but you quickly lose those advantages if you get into some of those cold winter days. I remember back in 21, we saw gas prices on a daily basis in the $50 range. So you pay $50 for gas when it's cold. That's going to eat up any type of savings you might have gotten by using interruptible contracts. So I think Phil and I would both agree. You ask us about our firm contracts. We have no intent of giving any of those up because it's how we keep our gas prices stable and lower during those time frames. And Phil, I'd mention anytime you have anything to add, just hit me. Next slide, talking about what approach do we use to establish and update our interstate pipeline supply contracts? I think all of us, on a whole, probably haven't changed a whole lot of our contracts over the last 10 years, maybe even longer. I think, Phil, you guys added a contract a few years ago.
Yes, we had to add some gas on Texas Eastern, and it was doable. It's a process, but once we worked through the process, we were able to add firm capacity to pick up some additional commercial load.
Yeah, so the big thing I would mention here is that, once you have, a lot of us have what are called small gas transportation contracts, and we don't ever want to give those up, because if you do, you won't get them back. And the contracts that you may be able to purchase would be a lot more expensive. So I know the folks that look at our GCAs, you'll see SGT contracts, small gas transports. Those are really good contracts, and there's a reason why the pipelines don't offer those anymore. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this here in the next slide too, but I wanted to bring up data centers. Data centers are a topic that come up a lot for all of us. Even at Ohio Valley, we have one in our territory down in Henry County that's close to being approved, and we're not quite sure yet how we're going to address that. The amount of gas that those type of centers use is just phenomenal. It's amounts that we don't even use or talk about normally. So as soon as that project does get its final approval, we'll be reaching out pretty quickly to those folks to try to figure out how we might be able to address it. But in a lot of cases, you're going to see that those, if they do approve a data center, even if it's one of the big utilities, that they might have to go to the transmission company and work out a deal to get capacity, and those might be 5 to 7 years out getting those projects done. So they're kind of scary. They're good. You think about getting a new load. It's exciting, but it's also scary.
Along those lines, has it made it challenging for you to do like smaller economic development projects, because that large amount of gas is trying to be acquired by the larger data center projects? Does that make sense? My question.
It does. So far, no, because none of them have come to fruition. But I can see a point where that is going to be an issue. That the gas supplier that we use, I've known him for 20 years, and he said it's pretty common for him to get a call, once a week. Somebody says, "Hey, I'm going to build a data center," and they have no idea where they're going to get the gas, or haven't contracted for the gas yet. So that is going to be an issue at some point, that if you get full reservation on a line, that you may not be able to serve a new economic development project. Good question.
Let me just make sure I'm following this conversation correctly. So there's a data center in Henry County that's close, and they haven't reached out to the gas provider yet?
Not to us, no.
All right.
And I think that seems to be kind of typical. Now, maybe they've reached out to the transmission pipeline, but they haven't said anything to us yet. We know about it because a couple of our employees know one of the persons involved, but there's really been no formal discussion yet. Yeah, great question. So this slide talks about, is it possible that gas facilities in other states may pose problems for us, or are there other factors that are impacting pricing and supply? Generally, each company has their own contracts for balancing and for providing service. So I don't think, right now we have any issues with serving our current customer base. But the concern is that second bullet, LNG export and data center load growth. Over the next 5 years, we've seen some projections that total demand is expected to grow greater than 20% in the next 5 years. And just from data centers alone and coal retirements possibly and other load growth, a 4 BCF per day power burn growth. And then LNG itself is up in the 16, 17 BCF per day now. And they're talking about it's possible that LNG exports or just the LNG production could double from 2024 to 2030. So you could see it going from 16 or 17 BCF a day to over 30 in the next 5 years. So it's a little concerning to figure out, where's that going to come from? And I also think it's a big reason why you're probably going to see that support for pricing to stay up in that 350 to 450 range, and which should keep the producers happy and keep them working on all of that sort of thing.
With that growth, is there enough capacity on the pipelines to get it to everyone?
I think so. I guess it just really depends on where the project is and, whether they have to build new pipelines. An example, there's a data center looking at down in our Tell City area. Right now, there's no way that Texas Gas or Midwestern Gas can supply that. So they've talked to both of those companies about building new pipelines to bring that capacity in, which they say it's possible, but it's going to take 5 to 7 years to build those pipelines to get that capacity in. So we're, it's for a smaller company like us, it's just hard to imagine having that big a load come into your system. But the two companies, they're looking at, two of our companies, Community and Ohio Valley. It's right at where our territories abut one another. And I think we're both kind of fighting to make sure the other one gets it so we don't have to deal with it. It's a lot of effort for a project that may take 10 years to come to fruition. Phil, you got anything to add on that?
Well, we don't have the data centers, but we are definitely seeing continued growth throughout our customer base. We have more customers now than we've ever had before. People like natural gas, residential, commercial, industrial loads, they all want it. We do have the Prometheus project that's going to kick off down near Crane, which is going to be a big deal for us. I don't know it'll be that big a load, but we look forward to serving that load and making sure the state is successful in their development opportunities down there. And that, I think, has international implications as well. So a lot of stuff going on, but nothing that we've run into to this point that particularly has got me in the scared zone.
Yeah, I think the other big thing if we do talk to a data center or to their consultant, which in this case down in southwestern Indiana, we have been talking with them, is make them understand, hey, these pipelines don't come cheaply, and there's an expectation for you to fund a lot of those upfront costs. So we are being very cognizant of how it can affect the rest of our customer base and affect our operations as well. So another thing that's been asked in the past is, can we coordinate among small companies, big companies, or whatever? And the unfortunate answer is that, we each have our own independent systems, and we don't necessarily have any connections to one another.
Would you mind pulling your microphone closer?
Oh, sure. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Is that better?
Yeah, it's actually for the people listening on the stream can't hear it as well when the microphone gets pretty far away from you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So to repeat that, our companies really aren't interconnected in any way. You know, we each have our separate connections, city gate stations to the transmission pipelines. So, you know, unfortunately, if there is a problem in one company's area, there just may not be anything that we can do to help each other out. So just an unfortunate thing about being monopolies, I guess. And the other question all the time for all of us is storage levels. You know, where are we and are we having any issues? To our knowledge, all of our systems have been back up to capacity coming into the winter season, and we're in good shape with storage. You know, haven't had any supply chain issues or anything like that. And I was going to mention, I think there was a slide this morning at one of the presentations that talked about working gas and storage and what was forecasted through 2026. There is an updated slide that the EIA put out in November as part of their short-term energy outlook. And what we're seeing is that storage levels are going to remain at or above 5-year averages throughout most of 2026. Toward the end of 2026, they might drop down somewhat in November, December, going into January through the winter like they typically do. But through most of 2026, the EIA is currently forecasting that storage levels would be at or above 5-year averages. So we feel like we're in pretty good shape there. Phil, anything that you have to add at this point?
No, just the storage level thought would be, looking at last week's EIA report, we're about 1% below last year at this time, so really right on last year at this time, but last year we were at a 5-year high, so storage looks great going into winter, both for us and nationally. We did see a little bit of price volatility at the end of November, but I've seen that before. Typically this time of year, gas companies are hesitant to hit their storage on these cold winter days because we need to preserve that for later in the winter. So that puts pressure on current supply, and we kind of saw that on the December close.
And I think the last thing I'd mention about it is that, it's really interesting if you look at a drill rig count as to where we are now. It's amazing how much more productive each of the drills must be because the numbers are really down, but storage is up. Things are going really well. And I did see a slide a couple weeks ago that in the Haynesville shale basin, for instance, the average price there to stay break even is like in the $3.50 to $4 range. And that's why I think you're going to see prices, stay up a little bit higher than they were in 24 and even earlier this year. So, but that could all change if we have a warm winter. Didn't start out that way today, though.
Can you give me a little insight on your on small gas utilities in general, but those that you're familiar with? How much of their supply, winter supply in particular, are they pre-purchasing, and how much are they leaving to some sort of an index or market purchases?
I think it varies a little bit by company, but it's somewhere at a minimum, I think at least 40% is purchased ahead of time, and almost as much as 80% sometimes. And that's including storage as a hedge.
And in that, I guess a follow-up question, that how much of that is storage and how much of it is a contract that's, say, a 3 to 5 year supply contract?
Speaking for Ohio Valley only, I think probably, 40% of that is, or half of it probably is fixed price purchases. And then probably the other half is fixed price, but attributed to storage.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Anthony, do you have any questions? Thank you. I don't think we have any further questions. Thanks for coming in this afternoon.
You're welcome. Thanks for having us. Have a good day.
We'll change out the slides, and then we have AES Indiana up next. Looks like the slide deck's up, so we're ready to start if you are.
All right, I think we're ready. Good afternoon. Thank you all. Thank you, Chairman Houston, who I believe is online. I'm going to try to talk very close to the mic. Commissioners and staff, on behalf of the AES Indiana team, for the opportunity to come and share more about our plans to reliably serve our 530,000 customers this winter season. With me today, I have Patrick McGuire, who leads our commercial operations team, Greg Ellis, who oversees our Harding Street and Eagle Valley facilities, Jessica Franklin, who oversees system operations, and Claire Rice, who oversees the corporate affairs and community impact teams. Our team is prepared to discuss our plans and preparations to reliably serve our customers this winter season. And while we are confident of our ability to ensure reliability due to our extensive winter preparations, I do want to take this time to share high-level one small area of our service territory where we are making attempts to improve redundancy. The town of Whitestown has seen explosive growth, and energy demand has almost doubled since 2017. This has pushed the electrical grid to its operational limits. There is an area near the Eagles Nest neighborhood, so for those of you familiar with Whitestown, that's near Indianapolis Road. Where we are, we are sure that load capacity could soon be exceeded, and that could impact approximately 2,200 customers who could see extended outages and poor power quality. Since this summer, AES Indiana has made every effort to collaborate with Whitestown officials in good faith. This includes submitting all required documentation, attending a series of collaboration meetings, offering technical briefings to ensure mutual understanding. Despite these efforts, our progress has stalled. Today, we filed a legal injunction in hopes that we can expedite the work that needs to be done to ensure the reliability of those 2,200 customers. And so while this is an isolated area, I do think it's important to be transparent as we talk about our ability to reliably serve. There are question marks around those 2,200 customers, which we've continued to communicate, but efforts to progress this work, I hope, will move forward with the filing of the legal injunction today. I will pause there just to see if there's any questions. If not, Jessica Franklin, as we move to her section, could offer some more visibility to that situation later in this presentation. At AES, I always like to start off because safety is our first value, and I wanted to share some time that was spent just this fall with the Indianapolis Fire Department. We had the opportunity to show and demonstrate our Safety 101 training given as part of the officer development training that IFD does quarterly. So during the course of 3 days, we were able to share the learnings from this training and impact approximately 270 officers within IFD. And so I thought that that was an important point to share as it relates to our ongoing safety efforts. And before I kick it off and hand it over to Patrick, I do want to share as a reminder that AES Indiana's service territory is 528 square miles in central Indiana. We proudly serve 530,000 customers. And for the last 10 years, AES Indiana has been powering a generation transition. Since the last time that I had the opportunity to come in front of you for a winter reliability forum, we've added the Hoosier Wind Farm, the Hardy Hills Solar Facility, the Pike Energy Storage Facility, and just recently, within the last 30 days, we have reached and have energized the Petersburg Energy Center. Greg Ellis is going to share more on that shortly. And with that, I'll go ahead and hand it over to Patrick.
Okay, thank you, Brandy. Good afternoon. Want to make sure I'm speaking loudly enough. If I'm not, just let me know. I'm going to cover the capacity, energy, and fuel position heading into the winter for AES Indiana. So this slide number 6 looks at our firm capacity position on the left as we look at kind of the stacked bar chart of all the different types of assets. We have coal, gas, storage, renewables, some accreditation from wind and solar, in addition to some market purchases that we've made over time. Looking at that, we did carry a slightly long position into the auctions, about 70 megawatts long into the auction once you include our peak load plus the reserve margin, and then the reliability-based demand curve procured additional capacity from MISO, which added to our load obligation. So with that slightly long firm capacity position, we are adequately covered from a firm capacity standpoint for the winter. We're projecting a peak load forecast just over 2,600 megawatts for this upcoming winter in January. If you look on the right, these are just gross peak numbers for our system, including losses. The gray bar chart shows the range that we've had over the past 10 years. There's been a couple really cold winters mixed in with some very mild winters. And so there's a lot of variability. And so we're planning for, extreme cold in addition to, but also, we'll be adequately covered if we do happen to have a mild winter. Projecting, slightly, colder than normal temperatures heading into the winter. So our peak load forecast for January and February and even a little bit of March is above the 10-year average, but well within the range that we've seen the past 10 years. What we've seen over the past, say 20 years is that there's about a handful of times we've set a winter peak in December and February. If we get a really cold December, mixed with a mild Jan Feb, but about a 20% chance we'd peak in December, 60% in January, and 20% in February. One unique situation as we head into this upcoming winter is that we do have a planned outage for Petersburg Unit 3, 500 megawatt coal plant. That will be taking its outage in early February for its approved conversion to natural gas. And so that outage will run from from February to May, and we'll come back online starting in the May timeframe on natural gas. So in MISO, as long as you're in at least 60 days, you're not out more than 31 days, you qualify for capacity. That resource qualified for firm capacity in the MISO upcoming season. But we're still looking at our position. So there's kind of administrative capacity, but there's also what is our ability to serve our load in the month of February, say we get a cold snap. So we've specifically looked at that, and that's what this slide shows on the left, is looking at the nameplate of all of our resources without Petersburg Unit 3 for February relative to our peak demand, which is forecasted a little under 2,500 megawatts. And then our average demand in February, you do start to see more of those mild days hitting. The tail end of the month starts to really fall off. That average load of only 1,500, we have plenty of capacity and energy to cover us for February, even with Pete 3 on outage. Things happen as we look at our fleet health. If we have a unit that has an unplanned outage or needs to come down for a few days, we get some extreme cold lingering into February. We have the ability to, through our approved hedge plan, to go and procure physical and financial power hedges to be able to shore up any position there. But as we're looking now, we're adequately covered for February, even with that outage. Looking at the percent of our fuel mix, you do start to see that shift as we go forward in time, and we see kind of our first of the two remaining coal units coming on outage. The chart on the left shows the percent of all of our generated megawatt hours. Will be about 40%, just under 40% coal for November, December, January. When Pete 3 takes that outage, that drops to about 25%. A chunk of, around 50 to 60% of our energy will come from natural gas, and that comes from a mix of different types of plants and locations, the combined cycle at Eagle Valley, gas-fired steam units at Harding Street, and gas-fired peakers at Harding Street and Georgetown. And the remaining made up of renewables. So you won't see any battery storage show up on the left. It is included in the right in the renewable section. Batteries are not a generator. They're actually kind of show up as a load with round-trip efficiency losses. So you won't see anything on the left. It is included on the right. So you see a larger, that's part of why renewables are a larger percentage. Also, as we look at the winter, solar not producing at a little bit lower capacity factor compared to the summer. So you see, overall, we have a diverse fleet in terms of technology, fuel source, location, and then that will continue into the future as we look to convert the last two units from coal to gas. Our fuel supply is in great shape as we head into the winter. For AES Indiana, we have on-site coal inventories, and we have 100% of our coal contracted for winter 25-26, with about 42 days of coal on the pile. We have additional coal contracted. It gets a little tricky, but we've worked very proactively with the plants and our different coal suppliers to be able to manage that coal inventory down, but make sure we have adequate. We're running those units, expecting those units to run basically up until the day they take their outage to be converted. So plenty of coal on site and contracted. We also have on site fuel oil on site for Harding Street dual fuel units. We have firm gas transportation contracted off of Texas Gas, Panhandle, Trunkline, Rockies Express, and Midwestern. Be able to use that a multitude of our plants. We've conducted winter prep meetings with citizens, with all the pipelines and all the plants, so we're prepared there. Ultimately, winter comes down to communication. It's communication with the commercial operations team, with the plant, with MISO, with all of our fuel suppliers and that. And so we've had those winter prep meetings. We're prepared, and we'll be monitoring, forward out in time, out to a month in terms of trying to anticipate winter events, cold snaps, unit issues, or anything else that comes up. Just building on a little bit on our natural gas transportation, on the left shows a map of the interstate pipelines that we have access to. You can obviously see our service territory and our plants kind of to the north. Georgetown, Harding Street are both behind Citizens, and so we have firm gas transportation contracts to get it to Citizens. And then we have an arrangement with Citizens and to be able to get it from their city gate into our plant. We really have a lot of access to multiple interstate pipelines, which provides us access to different production basins from the south, from the east, and the west. So really well-established, firm position as we head into this winter for 100% of our fuel burn for our gas-only units. And lastly, as we look at the MISO seasonal construct, there are two big changes, or several big changes we've been monitoring. The first is with the reliability-based demand curve provides additional uncertainty, I guess, as we head into every auction and from a long-term planning perspective of being able to anticipate or try to build in some uncertainty in terms of the anticipated reserve margin as MISO looks to, as they have implemented that. So that's something that we're monitoring closely and we're running sensitivities on as we head into every planning auction to ensure that we're adequately covered and we're not exposing customers to volatile prices in the auction. The other big change that we're looking to, we just filed our IRP October 31st, but looking at the change to the direct loss of load methodology injects a large amount of uncertainty in terms of what the accreditation, particularly for renewables and battery storage. We'll have over 600 megawatts of solar once Peat Energy Center is energized, once Crossvine comes on, and we'll have 330 megawatts of battery storage. So what that accreditation looks like really drives our capacity position, something that we're monitoring closely. And then the 31-day accreditation for the outages and the seasonal accreditation continues to play a major role in terms of how we plan outages. Again, we have a cross-functional team with my team, the commercial team, the modeling team, as we're looking at the economics of the outages along with the plant, as they ultimately, we want reliable and affordable power. It's balancing that and finding it, how it plays within the rules of MISO and optimizing that for all customers. With that, I'll pause. Yes, go ahead, Dale.
Patrick, quick, I'm just trying to understand your slide 8, what had the percent of generated megawatt hour and installed capacity, of course, but generated megawatt hour, aren't any purchases on there? I presume purchases are optimistic or opportunistic on that, and this is just if you were in an isolated system, what generated?
Correct. So that where we look at our position, it's when you account for purchases and sales, they almost net out for this winter. So just for simplicity, this is just if we were to produce on an island our own. So the market purchases is a very small piece.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I will pass it over to Greg.
Thank you, Patrick. The AES Indiana generation fleet is prepared for winter. We have completed our planned outages, which involves our winter preventative maintenance. This includes covering our winter safety topics with all of our personnel, inspecting our freeze protection devices throughout all the facilities, installing our temporary weather enclosures on vulnerable equipment, and preparing the coal handling systems at Petersburg for winter. We've also trained operators on the winter cooling tower operation, and all of our cooling towers are operating in winter modes currently. A few updates on the generation fleet. Pike County BESS will be fully operational through its first entire winter, this winter. We have Peat Energy Center, as Brandy touched on, has not reached COD yet, but the facility is fully operational and undergoing performance checks currently. And we anticipate that to be fully operational throughout winter. Patrick touched on Peat Unit 3. The outage preps are underway. Construction is underway on site. The outage does start early February, and the rest of the fleet is ready to perform throughout that. And while we do have some small outages planned during the spring timeframe, no other planned outages are occurring during the winter. So as we approach a severe weather event during the winter, we keep our first value in mind, as Randy touched on, safety first. These events can be extremely challenging for our equipment, our facilities, but are also very challenging for our people. So with that in mind, we start early before the weather gets here. So as soon as we see a forecasted weather event, we begin reviewing the status of our equipment, particularly our freeze protection equipment, our temporary structures, and those types of facilities. We review our emergency action plans with our operators and maintenance teams, and begin planning our staffing requirements. We do staff up significantly at all of our facilities for severe weather. We will put our wastewater treatment facilities at Harding Street and Petersburg in winter operations mode about a week out to ensure they are prepared. 2 days out, we schedule our additional staffing to ensure we have adequate people available. We implement our cold weather rounds and stage our temporary heaters and ensure we have adequate fuel on site for the duration of the event. At this time, we'll also test run Harding Street gas turbines 4 and 5 on fuel oil. These units are dual fuel units that typically run on natural gas but are capable of switching to fuel oil, which we store on site at Harding Street. Historically, these have been called on throughout the winter months, on average about 10 hours a winter to run on fuel oil. These are in extremely cold situations, usually where natural gas demand is very high. So it is critical that they are available during those time frames. So we do periodically test those. We do maintain approximately 1 million gallons of fuel oil on site. We don't run the units to turn over fuel oil. We've never had fuel quality issues. We do regularly sample the fuel oil on site to ensure it is adequate and ready to go. One day out or the day of, we'll bring in our extra people and begin running our vulnerable systems around the clock to ensure they are operational.
Greg, what does 1 million gallons of diesel fuel get you?
Yeah, that's a great question. For 4 and 5, some of it depends on ambient conditions, but 3 to 4 days. If they're running extremely hard, that can be about 2 days. If there's no further questions, I'll hand it over to Jessica.
Thank you, Greg. Much like generation, preparations go into effect long before weather events happen. We prepare our personnel who are out in the field with our regular tabletops that we have twice a year. We have transmission operators who maintain the reliability certificate, which ensures that they are also maintaining those credit hours and the training to keep that. The weather events such as the polar vortex that we're experiencing now, we were looking at that 2 weeks out. So as those weather events start approaching, we start preparing, making sure that we have unplanned maintenance that could be returned. We'll look at possibly returning that depending on the severity of the event. In addition, if these are events that we think will impact transportation or movement around the city, we'll start working with the Marion County EOC. Some of this helps us identify warming stations, and all other city preparations before large events happen. Once the weather starts to get closer, we're also looking at supply chain, making sure that we have emergency equipment on hand to respond if equipment is to fail during cold weather events. 2 days out, this is where we probably will do an internal call if we expect this to be substantial. We'll also start doing checks with our personnel to ensure that we have proper staffing. 1 day out, we do a routine call, start getting our lists, making sure that we know who will be available, where they'll be available, and that people will be spread out around the city. We have had occasions where large snow events have made travel inside of the city difficult. So we will stage them in different locations so that they can respond quicker in the event of an outage. With that, we also do a lot with our public relations team to make sure that we're communicating to the public to know where they can go in the event of outages in those type of events, and just also updates on timing. So with that, I'll hand it over to Claire.
Thank you, Jessica. Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. It's good to be here with you today. We know that affordability is especially important this time of year, and we recognize the importance and criticality of providing customers with safe, reliable, and affordable service. And so as we head into the winter months, we anticipate that customer bills will remain relatively flat this season. And there are a few drivers indicating that. The first is that there is a decrease in the fuel adjustment charge rates, primarily due to prior period gas prices and lower prices related to renewable generation. And then in March, we anticipate a projected reduction in the environmental compliance costs as well. And I also just wanted to end this slide by saying that AES Indiana's residential rates are consistently among the lowest of all investor-owned utilities in Indiana. We're also here to help customers take control of their bills. We have many billing and payment assistance options for them year-round, but especially as we head into colder months. We want to make sure that our customers are aware of assistance that's available to them. And so I wanted to highlight our recent Winter Weather Preparedness Week campaign that took place November 10th through the 15th, where we pushed safety and winter billing and payment assistance messaging through media interviews, social media, and customer email channels. And if you move to the middle of this slide, we're also pleased to announce that we have revamped some energy efficiency tools that are now available to help customers understand their usage each month with PowerView, home energy reports, and high usage alerts. And then finally, we're committed to supporting our customers in a number of ways through online chat. We're not disconnecting on Fridays, weekends, and certain holidays. And finally, through our community open houses. We held 5 different community open houses in all quadrants of our service territory earlier this fall across September and October. We had experts from many areas of our business there to answer questions that we heard from customers specifically during the public field hearings in August that the commission hosted. And so throughout these open houses, we intentionally captured feedback from customers who attended and analyzed, and 90% of customers said that their questions were answered when they came to these open houses. So we also had members from our customer service team on site at each open house to support customers who had questions about their bills or needed support paying their bills. We want to meet our customers where they're at, so we will continue these open houses on a quarterly basis moving forward, beginning again in Q1 of 2026.
Claire, do I see those attendance numbers correctly? The difference between 2023 and 2025?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. We had high attendance this year for these. So AES is also supporting our customers throughout the winter season in several ways, including partnering again with Citizens Energy Group for the Utilities Unite campaign to increase awareness and resources for our customers throughout the winter. Specifically, we joined them in October for their community resource fair, where we had members from our energy efficiency team on site helping customers who were at the fair sign up for energy efficiency programming. AES Indiana also made a $50,000 donation to United Way of Central Indiana's Winter Assistance Fund to provide financial assistance to our customers who need it most. We also continue to partner with local and state organizations. Primarily, the John Bonner Center will provide LIHEAP funds for this upcoming season. And during the government shutdown, AES Indiana donated $10,000 beyond our annual contribution to Gleaners Food Bank to help with food security for our most vulnerable customers. And in addition to this support, we're also working with Mary Rigg Neighborhood Center on a virtual holiday drive to provide basic necessities like food, blankets, water, and clothing to be given to those who need it most this holiday season. And finally, I wanted to share that new this year, AES Indiana has become the title sponsor of 16 Tech Indy Winter Farmers Market. This is a strategic decision that we've made, understanding that the 16 Tech campus sits in an area just west of downtown where we know the demographics of this neighborhood, which are our customers, are low income, and they also live in a food desert. So this is an opportunity for us to support our customers living in that area by supporting an event that provides healthy, affordable food options for those who visit. And also as a part of this partnership, we are focused on providing opportunities to reach our customers who attend the farmers market by having members from our customer service and energy efficiency teams on site to provide that face-to-face support that we know our customers have told us that they want and they need. And so we will provide that throughout the farmers market season, which runs from November to April of next year. If there are no questions, yes?
Sorry, I don't have any questions about that, but Brandy, when you started speaking, you were talking about Whitestown, and I think you mentioned Jessica would follow up on that, and I just wanted to come back around to that topic.
Thank you. Did not have that in my notes, so I did skip over that part. The Whitestown area is an area with heavy loading. Since 2017, just exponential growth. It is the fastest growing area in our service territory. And in that area, with the growth, is an increased demand in the circuit. So about 2019, we started having to monitor our substation equipment, some of the voltage control equipment, to make sure it was operational correctly so that we didn't have low voltage issues for those customers. This past winter, we installed a new capacitor to try to help prop up that voltage in that area. So we're already having difficulties getting power that needs to get to those customers. This summer, we installed 2 more capacitors. So we have kind of fully done all we can on our part to get good power quality to these customers. Do you have any follow-ups?
I would add, just to be clear on what the issue is, Whitestown recently approved an ordinance requiring that electrical infrastructure be underground. And so the conflict is around who should pay for the underground. So we have made attempts we need to add a third line. We've made those attempts to go in and add an additional overhead line. And so there lies the conflict. I just wanted to be clear.
Helps a lot. So the issue is, there's a power quality issue. There's also the local ordinance issue where they want it undergrounded. And in order to solve the power quality issue, the overhead line that you want to put in, they want that buried.
Correct.
Right? They don't want to pay for it, obviously. Just they want to socialize it.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. And so there's been you said a complaint filed?
We filed a legal injunction earlier this afternoon.
Thank you.
With that, yeah.
So these community open houses were created as a way for us to reach our customers, to talk to them about a variety of issues. So while we did have customer service agents on site, we also had a number of other representatives from the business to talk about our current rate review, to talk about smart grid efforts. I mean, there were a number of members from our team there to share information and educate our customers about more information that they wanted to know. So not everybody that attended was there to get support on their bill. It just was an option in case they did need that. Yeah.
I'll just add that we also had probably more customers than anticipated who came wanting to better understand data centers and potential impact.
That was going to be my question. So, it seems like that's with field hearings generally, we've seen a increase in people wanting to talk about data centers. So, with this particular attendance, where the attendance went from 4 to 66, what percentage of those people do you think were interested in data centers, just roughly?
I don't know, Claire, can you give it a percentage? I mean, it's definitely not 50-50, but these open houses occurred at a time where data centers were really the headline in Central Indiana news. There were, I mean, to be direct with your question, there absolutely were customers who wanted to discuss who had specific billing questions that needed a more detailed response. And so I'm not going to say that wasn't the case, but I would say it was pretty diverse in the reasons why people came.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Anthony, do you have any questions? It looks like we don't have any other questions. Thank you.
All right, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Stan, it looks like your slide deck's ready to go, so whenever you're
Yes, sir.
ready to start.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to be here. I'm Stan Pinniger, President of Duke Energy Indiana. Good to see you all. Mr. Chairman, good to see you on the screen as well. Hello. With me today, some familiar faces to you all. Kelly Karn, our Vice President of Regulatory Affairs and Policy. Bill Luke, Vice President of Midwest Generation. Jim McClay joins us, our Managing Director of Natural Gas Trading. And also up here with us, as you'll see, Andrew Wells, our lead regulatory attorney. We have some other experts with us today that available to answer your questions, notably Chris Lang, who leads our transmission and distribution teams here in the Midwest, Chris, and Justin Soufan, Vice President of Rates and Regulatory Strategy. So we'll get rolling. I see you're ahead of schedule. We'll try to keep you in that position best we can today, but we want to be sure to answer any questions that you all have after the presentation or during the presentation. On the first slide, you'll see a familiar depiction of our service territory, the location of our generation resources, and a few metrics. We currently serve 925,000 customers in our 23,000 square mile service territory through the good work of 2,400 Indiana employees. I'll note that we continue to experience strong year-over-year customer growth, on pace for about 1.5% year-over-year residential customer additions in 2025. On the slide, you'll see our capacity energy mix over time. We have 646,400 megawatts of capacity at 12 large power generation sites comprised of 55% coal, 32% natural gas, and 8% syngas. Our energy mix on the right-hand portion of the slide there is shown as a percentage of total megawatt hours from DEI's portfolio of resources. Our 5 Gibson coal units are approaching an average of 50 years of service. The Cayuga units are approaching 60 years of service. The average age of our gas fleet is 25 years of service. Notably, our Noblesville station recently celebrated its 75th anniversary, with the CTs generating there now in service for 22 years. Moving on to slide 2, we've prepared projected rates and bills for the upcoming winter months based on a typical DEI customer using 1,000 kilowatt hours per month. Winter season rates are expected to be approximately 12% higher than last year's winter bills. This increase is due primarily to our pending FAC filing, reflecting higher summer 2025 fuel and power purchase costs, implementation of Step 1 as well as Step 2 of the recent rate case, and MISO LRTP cost allocations from other utilities we expect in early 2026. You all asked in the preliminary questions about DEI's priority of balancing affordability with reliability through these winter months, and I would answer that as we do all year round. We focus on this important effort every single day, and I believe our history bears this out. While continuing to invest in our generation units as well as our grid to provide the reliability our customers expect, we continue to be among the lowest cost investor-owned utilities in the state of Indiana. Despite inflationary pressures on critical equipment over the past few years, and particularly impactful fuel production and delivery challenges in 2021 and 2022, which had a dramatic short-term impact on our costs, DEI's average rate growth over the past 10 years is right in line with the Consumer Price Index over the same period of time. Our rate CAGR is lower than the CPI for electricity nationally over the same period of time as well. We've kept operational expenses flat over the past 5 years and will continue to keep affordability top of mind as we work and plan for the future. Turning to slide 3, we recognize there are always opportunities to assist customers, and we're working hard at it. The slide provides just a glimpse of just a few of those opportunities. I need to amend a figure that's on the slide with respect to the Share of the Light Fund that indicated $280,000 available for our customers over the winter months. That is a mix of shareholder dollars as well as customer contributions to the Share the Light Fund. And we will soon be announcing that $320,000 will be available this winter for our customers. And as in the past, we work with our CAP agencies to distribute assistance in the amount of $300 per customer for eligible customers over the winter months. So we'll begin that work very soon, and press release will be going out later this week indicating that amount of money available and how to go about finding it. I'd also like to highlight just a couple projects that I'm most pleased over. The past 2 years, I reported initially on this last winter, but we have partnered with local organizations now to conduct 56 events focused on low-income customers throughout our service territory. A priority at these events is allowing our customers an opportunity to engage one-on-one with our customer care representatives to learn about and sign up for helpful utility programs and payment assistance. These events, which are coordinated by our 9 community relations managers, have now allowed us to encounter over 20,000 customers within our service territory. Very successful program, which we certainly intend to continue. I also want to highlight our Neighborhood Energy Saver program, in which we blitz targeted neighborhoods for substantial home energy makeover, which can provide customers up to $135 in savings per year on their electricity bills. In October, we raised the bar for this program, announcing that more than 638 residents, 67% of eligible customers in West Terre Haute, agreed to participate. The program was so successful that in that portion of Terre Haute, it garnered the attention of Mayor Brandon Sackman. The mayor went to great lengths to highlight our West Terre Haute experience and impress upon his remaining constituents the value of working with Duke Energy on energy efficiency. We participated with the mayor in several media events, and he invited us to City Hall in late October to schedule future home energy house calls with Terre Haute residents. You all have also asked about our ongoing interactions with state and local organizations helping with the EAP. First, I think as you've heard earlier today, we don't expect our collaboration with state and local partners to be impacted by the uncertainty around LIHEAP funding. 90% of that funding has now been received by the state. We've confirmed with IHCDA. The remaining 10% is scheduled to be released after January 30th. We've developed a highly regarded centralized agency team, which we created to provide a dedicated support mechanism for Indiana's assistant agencies. We work with over 460 local agencies, providing collaboration between those particular agencies and eligible customers with a single point of contact at Duke Energy Indiana. For example, the agency team recently collaborated with South Central Community Action Program in Bloomington to successfully facilitate referrals for 100 new energy assistance enrollments. That team also meets biweekly with IHCDA to review and discuss developments related to the EAP program. We share a commitment with the agency to enhance knowledge and awareness. We contribute to that commitment by engaging in social media campaigns, increasing direct digital campaigns to customers, and working together at community engagement events that I just described. So good collaboration ongoing with both state and local partners in the assistance area. I'll now turn to Kelly to discuss our capacity positions and ongoing MISO issues.
Thank you, Stan. I will start off by talking about our supply and demand balance for this winter. Here we'll cover 2 slides. The first one demonstrates our position going into the auction, and the next one will demonstrate our position after the auction has cleared. It's important to show both views because Duke Energy Indiana is really only in control of our as-offered position. As you can see, starting on the left side of the chart and reading from left to the right, our peak load demand is forecasted to be 5,040 megawatts this winter. Next, you'll notice a shaded area on the reserve margin bar. That is to reflect the potential range of impact from MISO's new reliability-based demand curve. MISO's traditional vertical planning reserve margin for the winter was 18.4%. However, under the RBDC, that requirement will change depending on where the auction clears. you can see a predicted reserve margin range of 13.72% all the way up to 40.76%. Now moving over to the right side of the chart and reading from the right to the left, we'll start out with the Duke Energy Indiana owned generation, which is available to serve our peak this winter. We'll subtract out from that our jointly owned generation and sales, add back in purchase power agreements and bilateral capacity purchases, and then add in our customer demand response capability of 596 megawatts. That puts our final winter position at 6,012 megawatts, approximately 280 megawatts higher than our predicted requirements using the vertical reserve margin. So the company is well positioned for winter entering into this auction. Again, until the auction cleared, we won't know our final position, so we've presented it as a range here. For the winter, that position range is either a sale of 279 megawatts or a purchase of up to 1,084 megawatts, again, depending on the final clearing price and the reserve margin requirement. Let's move now to slide 5. The only difference in this slide is this is the view after the MISO auction has cleared, and the reliability-based demand curve required a 23.3% reserve margin, slightly higher than the 18.4% vertical reserve margin for winter. That resulted in us having to make a small purchase in the auction of about 3% of our requirements. Turning to the next slide, I will address our experience with MISO's seasonal accreditation capacity changes. We continue to support MISO's efforts to ensure reliability of the market through these changes. However, the complexity of these changes can create challenges for our plannings. We also note that the bilateral capacity market for seasonal capacity, as opposed to annual capacity, is not as liquid as we would like, and the opportunities sometimes present themselves later on in the annual process when utilities and other market participants really know what their final positions are. Finally, these MISO changes have impacted the scheduling of planned maintenance outages of our generating units, which are critical to their continued reliable operations. Today, not only do we have to take into account the unit's maintenance needs and the timing, we have to take into account the seasonal accreditation and the financial impacts of the SAC construct when we're planning these outages. Securing and keeping planned outage exemptions, for instance, is a key factor that we consider. Duke Energy will continue to monitor and participate actively in MISO's stakeholder processes as these issues continue to evolve. Now I'll turn it over to Bill Luke to discuss our generating units' readiness for this winter.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly, and good afternoon. I'll be discussing winter preparation for our generation fleet before turning over to Mr. Jim McClay, sitting next to me. Jim will discuss our coal inventory on natural gas supply. So ensuring a safe work environment for our employees, communities, and our environment, along with reliability and providing affordable power, remains foundational to achieving operational excellence for our customers here in Indiana. This slide represents a high-level view of our planning timeline of our generation assets for Duke Energy Indiana. We work closely with our supply chain team to ensure we have all the necessary cold weather, personal protective equipment, materials, critical spares, and resource contracts in place to support cold weather safety and reliability throughout the winter. By October, we are heavily into our operational readiness. Lessons learned from previous years and storms are applied and updated in our regional seasonal preparation procedures and practices. Detailed station resource plans are developed, and pre-season and cold weather event checklists are completed. Winter preparation and maintenance focuses on efficiency and reliability, such as equipment inspections, maintenance, optimizing performance of our systems, and mitigating potential failures due to freezing temperatures. This would include ensuring proper operation of critical systems for high winter demand, preventative maintenance on heating equipment, heat trace, critical instrumentation, valves, and enclosures. All associated preventative maintenance and corrective work orders are completed by mid-November. For the Midwest region, that includes over 500 winter preventative work orders. Throughout the year, we maintain a formal working relationship with all local emergency management authorities in collaboration with our local Duke Energy government and community relations managers. On-site process safety management drills and spill response drills are conducted with local agencies. Station emergency management and station response plans include winter storm mitigation, and local agencies are engaged as necessary depending on the severity of the specific event. I was actually on site at Cayuga for a drill back in October. There were multiple agencies on site to support with multiple resources for the effort, and it was conducted over several hours. Local agencies also perform station visits as required as they bring new personnel and new employees in to ensure they are familiar with potential support needs, hazards, and rescue opportunities. So these efforts, along with our emergency response plans, ongoing interactions, allow our generating stations and local agencies, positions us well to be able to respond to any sort of event that the cold weather may bring. Let's go to the next slide if we could.
Mr. Loop, before we jump from that slide, I can appreciate the continuous improvement item that's down there from mid-April with the end-of-season review and lessons learned. I was curious whether you learned any lessons last season that you applied to this season.
Yeah, so last season, one of the things we learned, we spent a lot of time on our resource plans. So we found we had a gap where we didn't have enough detail in our resource plans, in particular with our contract support. We had good plans in there for our station personnel, but felt it was too loose in terms of not having enough structure around requirements for our support staff. So that was a big one for us. And then I mentioned about making sure that we optimize our systems. As you can imagine, when we get to the wintertime, you may be in the spring or the fall, you may have systems that aren't running and aren't needed 100% capacity. Now you get into the wintertime, valves slow down, the sluicing of fly ash, things of that nature. So we found that we needed to really step back and start in the summertime doing more preventative maintenance and making sure that those systems are working optimally. So when we get to the wintertime, in these adverse conditions, we can still maintain proper output on the units.
Thank you.
Okay, this slide here, I just want to talk a little about our reliability. It always starts with a solid plan. We have a long-range planning process to optimize our outage schedules to support asset reliability and ensure we are executing the projects that have the greatest value to our customers. Some of the work executed earlier this year and in the fall included steam turbine and boiler feed pump maintenance activities, along with flue gas desulfurization work at some of our Gibson units. We also conducted steam turbine and boiler work at Cayuga, along with a steam turbine and CT major maintenance activity at Noblesville Station. We also had major inspections on several of our simple cycle combustion turbines due to increased starts and service hours, which we've been seeing over the last 5 years. So as of today, all coal units are available heading into the winter season, with a couple of simple cycle CT outages wrapping up mid-December. Our dual fuel units are fully capable on both fuels. At Edwardsport, both syngas and natural gas will be utilized this winter as part of our fuel flexibility and winter reliability plan. At Cayuga CT4, which is the only dual fuel CT in the Duke Energy Indiana fleet, it is available on natural gas and fuel oil as needed. CT4 combustion turbine did run on fuel oil last year, but only about 3 hours for testing purposes to facilitate really fuel oil testing. We'll do monthly tests every month, and then we'll have to do some NOx water tuning as well for environmental permitting. So that was the purpose of those hours there. And managing our coal handling in the wintertime is an extremely important component of our preparedness. We ensure we have required materials, parts to maintain coal belts, rollers, dozers, and our coal crackers as well. The stations have specific coal pile management procedures. That was another big lesson learned from last year. We found out that we didn't have consistent practices in place across all our units in terms of material handling. So good work with Jim and his team as well on some of the rail car maintenance activities to help us out and improve our overall performance in that area. We also discuss application of antifreeze at the mines, and then we talk about coal car inspection and maintenance requirements prior to the season. Before I turn it over to Jim, you see the picture on the slide there. Now, Stan thought that was a ride at Holiday World, or I told him, no, it's not Rock and Roller Coaster at Disney, Stan. That's actually a picture of one of the warming sheds at Gibson. So if you picture, you see the rails there, the cars pass through, and you can get, depending on which shed it's in, 8 to 10 rail cars in there. It takes about 25 to 30 minutes for it to pass through, and you see all those heaters. So that makes sure that all the components on the rail car, if they are frozen en route from the mine, it defrosts them before it ends up dumping it in the car dumper.
Stan, I'm glad to see that your staff supports you so much.
All right, with that, I'll turn
It's actually, he doesn't know the names of the roller coasters at Holiday World, but I do. Looks like the Voyage to me.
Nice. All right, any other questions? If not, I'll turn it over to Jim.
Good afternoon. I'm going to start with coal supply preparedness. As we enter the winter season, the power plants are at or better than target inventories and in a strong position for reliability for forecasted coal and gas supply requirements. Duke Indiana sources coal from multiple mines and suppliers to ensure a robust supply of delivery network. Coal inventory is at approximately 47 full load burn days. It's improved since we put it on the slide, and ready to supply the base load needs of the system. We're procured to 100% of the forecasted mean burn for the winter months and have additional volume flexibility built into contracts to enable management of burn volatility if needed. Also, an additional coal loading facility at the Sunrise Loop was secured to support Gibson Station for operational efficiency. We continue to manage coal inventories with a supply offer adjustment process that manages inventories across a longer time horizon, maintaining inventory between 20 and 70 days at all times on the system basis. This helps manage coal supply volatility and ensure adequate coal inventories when needed for peak demand. Winterization activities for coal handling and infrastructure have been completed. We continue to engage with suppliers and railroads to optimize efficiency and reliable delivery performance. Strategic coordination of rail deliveries to main inventories, utilizing 100% rail deliveries into the stations with no truck deliveries. Duke Energy Indiana has not experienced any coal supply chain issues and that would impede or slow deliveries of fuel. The entire coal supply chain continues to remain inelastic with limited ability to respond to significant or rapid changes in demand. Now I'd like to move on to
Jim?
Yes.
Can you explain the Sunrise Loop a little? Is it just a track that the trains can sit on, or?
Yeah, it's actually a sort of, I'll call it a staging area where railroads, where you can actually truck in coal, and then the railroad, it's a 2-mile sort of a rail that goes into the plant, so you can increase cycle time and get more coal into the plant when needed. Transitioning to natural gas, Duke Indiana's gas generation portfolio is primarily composed of simple cycle combustion turbine peaking units and one combined cycle at Noblesville. Duke has a diversified network of firm delivered supply and firm transportation on 4 interstate pipelines. DEI contracts with an asset manager and also uses the market for firm delivered supply needs of the system. The asset manager provides fuel security, operational flexibility with 24-hour availability, and a reliability backstop of over 20 BCF of storage to help mitigate risks. Duke Indiana has 23 NASB, North American Energy Standards Board contracts with suppliers for liquidity on all pipelines. DEI's contracted firm transportation ensures greater gas deliverability and security during times of high demand. Recently, we added firm REX transportation that accesses upstream production markets for additional fuel security and reliability. Rex Transportation interconnects to the 4 existing interstate pipelines that have firm transportation serving the gas generation portfolio. Additionally, Madison is in the process of connecting to the Rex pipeline to enhance fuel availability and reliability in times of high demand. Winter preparedness activities with suppliers and transporters also include increased frequency of communication with our asset manager, suppliers, and pipeline representatives, nighttime communications with the generation dispatch desk informing pipeline gas supply and restrictions, and ensure compliance with pipeline integrity mandates such as OFOs and hourly ratable take limitations. Entering the winter season, the next slide, please. Entering the winter season, our approved power and gas hedge targets are met, and we'll continue to monitor the markets to hedge our power and gas exposures according to the approved hedging plans. And that concludes my section.
We're happy to answer any questions, further questions you all may have, but we want to leave you today knowing that we're ready to serve in this ongoing cold weather. We're into it, aren't we? So pleased to be with you.
Jim, real quick, want to make sure I heard you right. Did you describe the coal suppliers as inelastic and unable to adjust to?
Yeah, so the chain itself, if you combine the suppliers, which are mostly at full capacity, and if you want to ramp up, they'd have to hire more people and probably buy more equipment. Between that and the railroads, which are pretty scheduled out, it's hard for them to also increase capacity at any given moment. So that's what I meant by the supply chain. And I'd call that the short and medium term. Longer term, they can hire and be more responsive. Okay.
Looks like Chairman Houston has a question.
Well, it's more of an observation, but thank you, Commissioner Valletta. That last slide says it all. Duke Energy is prepared to serve customers reliably this winter, meet your obligation to serve, and with appropriate reserve margins. Correct, Stan?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Yes. Thank you for pointing that out again. Appreciate that.
Anthony, do you have any questions? Thank you. We have no further questions.
Thank you all very much.